Oh, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Yeah, we're a lot more than halfway there. We're in the final countdown. Someone's song requested the wrong song. I song requested the wrong song. Here, I'll skip it. Okay, the tweet is live. Do me a favor, chat, and go give that some love. We're going to get started here in just a second. Let me go fill up my water real quick, and then I should be good to go. Okay. Discord's not having the best of days. Yeah, I can't ping Discord, unfortunately, so I can't tell anyone. But, like, obviously, if you guys have some way of spreading the word, let people know that I'm live. Again, like I said, I did tweet out, so that'd be one way. But yeah, it just it is what it is, chat. Let me grab today's art, and we should be good. Already let my neighbors know? Good. Yeah, send up the bat signal. Okay, should be good to go here. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Oh, I gotta refresh the YouTube side of things apparently as well. There we go. Actively still farming? Oh no, it's all good. So am I. Welcome to the farm chat. There is the artwork for those of you guys on the YouTube side of things. Here it is for those of you guys on the Twitch side of things. And yes, Discord is having an outage right now. Apparently, we noticed it was happening before the stream. And I literally said, because Zin was telling me that it was spreading, and I was like, well, you know, if it happens, just know that I'll be live. And so I, went ahead and got live, and as I was going live, the server went down. So I didn't get to ping anyone, but it is what it is. Just let me know if it comes back up. But, I mean, like I said, nothing you can do about it. Anywho, obviously, you guys probably would like to see what I'm currently up to on NA, and I'll show you here real quick, just to give you guys some idea. I should probably keep that muted, I'm sorry, because YouTube won't like the music. Step on me, Lalter? Yeah. No, still nothing good here. I'd like to at least get a good one. Sometimes I run this node without any regard as to like which C I'm taking if I just don't feel like refreshing, but usually I try to find somebody with a Bond C so I can take either Gudao here or again after blues. Usually I would just take the first one, but since I scrolled all the way down and saw it, I will take the 15% Bond one. Chat, what I'm doing is I am actually farming the ice node for currency, and it's not like actually for currency. I'm just farming it for the ice because I can't utilize the stuff for anything really other than the free materials that are in it. I'm not going to get any QP because I don't need QP, and I actually have problems spending my QP at the moment. But so basically it's a one button press comp, so you guys can see it's double super scope basically here, and then a super black grail on my NP2 Doman, and all I do is I press the third skill. That's it. And each one of these two is chaotic evil. They also have exceedingly fast NPs, so you guys can see just how quick it kind of goes when I actually get going here. Got Summer Musashi to 120 today. Nice, congrats. And then boom, already he's that fast, chat. Both of them just have redonkulously quick NPs. There is, I think, a small chance at an absolute min roll to leave this middle health enemy alive, but she didn't do it to me here. Thank God, I didn't have to stick my foot in my mouth. The real problem with this comp is the Jumbo Vanilla Ice Cream here, which Doman death procs like all the freaking time. The only problem is, if he doesn't, it's about like a 50-50 chance. If he doesn't, you might have to card some, and it really can come down to what cards you get as to whether or not you 3-turn. But otherwise, so there you go. So it deathed, and you can see just waltzes right through it. So it's just a insanely fast clear. Worst case, you have to card some after the NP. But when I'm farming at work, I just like set it and forget it and just like go, right? Like I'm just like tapping it without paying much attention to the screen. And if I have to 4-turn something, I have to 4-turn, and that's it. So you guys are going to see me do this. I'm down to the last 29, if you guys saw there, which is really good, because that means that, well, chat, I will have completed my over 400 runs that I had to do of this, which means that I functionally farmed the equivalent of like over 600 boxes. Yeah, kind of sucks. So I did this all in a really, really short time span. Glad I have YouTube notifications and Discord had decided to die. Yeah. This comp is sick. It's great. I love it. Like I said, the only problem is the Doman, and you'll see it when he doesn't clear. And to be fair, chat, I could like pop Mystic Code. I could pop his defense down, and it would increase the odds of him clean clearing. I'm just lazy, and I'm just like basically just popping the one thing. So it's like if he has to card, he has to card. I don't care. There you go. He didn't death proc it. But you can see the extra attack got him. And I think even if the extra attack didn't, the curse would have killed it at the end of its turn. So it still would have been a 3-turn, no matter how I looked at it. But otherwise, it's just really fast. What up, Ern? I'm feeling secondhand exhaustion hearing that. Well, I was talking to people before stream, basically saying how it's just one of those deals where, like, I'm actually not that burnt out at the moment from farming. If anything, I'm more, like, mentally burnt out from, like, juggling farming and work. But the act of farming itself, I'm not that burnt out on. The problem is we still have yet another lotto and yet another raid for me on both NA and JP. So, like, yeah, even if I'm not burnt out right now, I will be at the end of December at this point. I'm going to just be, like, a friggin' vegetable and just be unable of, like, doing anything. I wish today's art was something that Lulter had right now in game, but the devs decided she doesn't exist. That's true. It's very true and very sad. What do you think of the Twitch reversal policy? I gave my 2 cents on Twitter already. To give you guys the TLDR of it, so anyone that was unaware, again, Twitch decided to allow, like, artistic nudity on Twitch. They also lightened up a bunch of the, like, restrictions that they had on, like, twerking and pole dancing, writing on body parts and stuff like that. And they decided to allow all of that. Fair enough. I called them out at the time, saying how stupid it was that they had done that. And not because, like, I'm someone that's, like, trying to be, like, a Puritan or anything like that. More just because the website doesn't have any real protection for anyone underage. And I don't like the concept of, like, having to compete with what amounts to a titty streamer, right? Like chat, who would you rather watch? Me stream FGO or some topless girl? And it's like, at the end of the day, you know, people can sit here and say, like, oh, well, Kat, I'd like to watch you. You're informative. I just maybe enjoy hanging out in your stream. That's great and all. But I'm going to tell you, your average Coomer would dominate the market at that point and would just sit there constantly watching and donating to the titty streamer. This already kind of happens with VTubers some. So it's straight up like a thing that we already have to deal with to a degree. But I feel like at that point, it would just become pretty much unfair, and it would just become a sort of debauchery escapade and competition where, like, it just boils down to, like, whoever can be the filthiest, whoever can be the most obscene wins, and I'm like, we shouldn't have that. Not on a live streaming service where the focus is supposed to be like video gaming and like deep discussion and stuff. And you know, I think like there's places for that content. It exists on sites like OnlyFans. It exists on sites like Pornhub. Like I don't care in that regard. It's not something that upsets me, just that I want the competition to be fair. And I don't think everybody should be held to this like crazy standard of now that nudity is allowed, we should all have to do it. That's kind of where I'm coming from on this. And I even said yesterday, it's like, I really don't care if they want to allow nudity on the platform. I think it's perfectly fine. But find ways to, you know, like do age verification, protect the younger people that may be on the platform. And again, like, if you want to like actually go deep into this and allow like actual nudity and maybe even, I don't know, like crazy like sexual content or something like that, just put it on another part of the website. I don't care. Like just give it its own like NSFW section or version or something like that. So it wouldn't bother me ultimately. I'm not going to sit there and say that they can't do it. But I did, like, at the time when they first announced it, I called it out and I said, there is no way it will stand as is. Everybody and their brother will take advantage of this, and Twitch will have to both backpedal and issue statements on this. And I was right. and sure enough, it ended up happening, right? Like, I'm going to say this. Of all the changes that I was the most okay with, I think the change for nudity being allowed in the art directory was the most sane and simple and logical change. I think that one is a-okay, right? Like, because I think it's very difficult on an artist to, for instance, draw someone in a bikini. They naturally have to draw a pretty much naked, like, female form at that point. How do they not get banned? Right? Like, and that's not even them necessarily doing nudity. How do they not get banned when the early stages of that drawing will make it look like it's nudity? So I kind of understand. I kind of understand where artists have been coming from all these years, because they've been getting arbitrarily banned. And they really shouldn't have been. So I think also at that point, it means that they can't do art studies of like classical sculptures and stuff like that. They can't like do studies of any sort of like old painting that has nudity in it. All of that ends up getting lost in the sauce because Twitch is just draconian with their measures. But you kind of see why Twitch has been draconian. You look what happened the second they allowed an inch and people took a mile. And I say they allowed an inch, they actually didn't. Twitch allowed like basically hundreds of feet and people took a mile. So should the people have taken a mile? No. But Twitch absolutely came out and just allowed way too much off the gate, and should not have probably just kind of dumped it all out there suddenly without any warning. So I think that it just seemed like it was a really ill thought out implementation of a rule change. I think they thought they were making it clear, and they absolutely didn't. All they ended up doing was making it more convoluted and confusing. The lines were blurred even further as to what was permitted and acceptable. And I think a lot of people as well on the streamer side of things either did not read the fine print or willfully were ignorant. They purposefully didn't go read the fine print so that they could claim ignorance and try to get away with it, all in the sake of chasing clout. And so what we actually have now, and there you go, chat, I'm done. I don't have to farm this node anymore. I've done it over 400 times. And I probably ended up getting a good, like, 100 plus ice out of it, so not bad. Definitely not bad. But also got Bond 10 Umucaster. But, so anyways, like, naturally then those people came out of the woodwork and started taking advantage of it. And, well, what happened? Was anyone surprised that, like, all of a sudden we had basically the titty apocalypse on Twitch? All of a sudden, everybody and their brother was trying to take advantage and clout farm and like it was just becoming rampant and a huge problem all over the place. So yeah, I'm not surprised, right? Like I don't think it should shock anyone that any of this happened. They let loose without restraints, yeah. And nothing happens because they bring a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, like one of the big examples that I saw of that was that Twitch absolutely should have punished the first person more. It was a VTuber named Marina that apparently a lot of people hate because she harasses people and stuff like that. But that VTuber did full frontal nudity, had pictures of themselves all over the place, displaying like their body and everything like that. And Twitch hit him with a 1-day ban. And then everyone they banned after that got a 3 or a 7-day ban. So the first offender was the worst offender and got the least time. And the people that got banned later got banned for far longer. So it's just kind of stupid for me. It's a weird policy to pass in the first place. Yeah, I agree, right? Like, I don't think... I think out of all of it, the only one that I can accept was the change to the art. To the artistic nudity. That should have been a thing. I was happy to see them change that. Hey, now you can twerk and pole dance, and you're not allowed to simulate or draw a sex act, but we're going to allow you to grind on things and do a pole dance. Like, that's just hypocritical. Those two things are the exact same thing. So I think it's like allowing it in the art directory for the purposes of artistic creation, I think is fine. I think trying to like get outside of that and use that to like just be like a Coomer bait and like make money off of it. No, I don't think that should have been allowed. I don't think they should have like rescinded any of those restrictions. I think that was really stupid of them. And I'm sure people would have called them hypocritical if they did it the way that I'm saying. But I think it would have resulted in at least the most fairness for both the artists that have kind of been plagued by arbitrary rulings and bans for years, and also at the same time keeping things from going too haywire with basically what amounts to cam girls showing up on the platform, which I saw on Twitter. The reactions to it were like, oh, now I'm going to start streaming on Twitch so that I can, go and try to like promote my OnlyFans and shit like that. It's like, no, that should not be a thing, right? But I think it's super weird then that they come out today and they cite in their examples not only AI art and talking about how the problem is that AI art is too realistic and so it could be conferred as real nudity and photography, and using that as a reason for why they can't allow artistic nudity anymore. Meanwhile, you had VTubers out there straight up just showing their junk and jiggling it all over the place for 24 hours. And that didn't get, like it got cracked down on, but it didn't result in any sort of clarification or change of the rules. The only thing they walked back was artistic nudity. That's it. And out of all the things that they should have kept, it was artistic nudity. So... I saw a lot of people saying like that this is an L on Twitch's part, and I'm like, yeah, I completely agree. Even Co-Carnage called them out and just said that this was like completely stupid the way that they handled it. And I completely agree. And part of the problem with this is they announced the changes. They baited people into doing some of that stuff. Of course I get a drop. Then banned them, and then a day later announced that they're undoing and reversing the changes. So it just appears like it was bait to ban a bunch of people. It appears like those people were punished for that. So the bad actors that willfully broke the rules, sure, ban them. I don't give a fuck. But the like artists that thought that they could now stream nudity, like them drawing nudity, that got banned, just basically got punished for no reason. They got punished because Twitch is wishy-washy. I think it's stupid. Artistic nudity was getting abused too, though, but that's spot on. Really, yeah, and that's my whole point. It's like, if that's getting abused, just ban the people that are abusing it, right? Like, apparently the art directory became quite the like furry apocalypse during that, and so like Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say at the end of the day, I don't think anyone necessarily wanted to see that. It's like people just wanted to see, like, I guess, tasteful art, and I understand that's very much in the eye of the beholder. So I'm not going to try to apply any sort of lens to that. But I am going to say the people that just hopped on and started trying to draw like basically hentai on the art directory absolutely should get the ban. They said even the TLDR that people did read that sexual content was still not allowed. You were still not allowed to show any sort of like masturbatory or like sexual innuendos. Like you can't do anyone like basically trying to make it look like they're jerking someone off or like sucking a dick, right? Like nothing like that. So if it even appears to be sexual, it could get you a ban. But and I think that's pretty fair and pretty obvious. But it's like just having tits exposed isn't the end of the world, right? So it's like I understand where everyone's going to draw that line in the sand is going to be different. I think they had a good idea that they just did not plan out. They didn't set necessary restrictions. They thought they were clarifying and they weren't clarifying at all. So that's just completely on them. And the one thing I have to absolutely give them shit for is they said at the end of their announcement today, like, that they're sorry, but there's no way they could have predicted this. And it's like, really? No way you could have predicted this, huh? It's not like you had literally me the second it came out on stream being like, this ain't gonna go well for you. Twitch is gonna get in all kinds of trouble. I don't know how the heck they couldn't look at that. They must not know streamers, okay? Because if you know streamers, you know, again, that if you give them an inch, they'll take the mile, right? Like, they will absolutely try to push any boundary that you put in front of them because pushing those boundaries is relatively free of penalty. You're going to ban them, they're going to get the clout from the ban, and they're going to come back even stronger from it. And that's exactly what you see all the people that got banned doing right now. They're all trying to ham up for sympathy, even the bad actors that got banned on purpose. So I don't know why Twitch thought that was going to be any different. Okay, chat, now I have to roll out a new box. So give me 1 second here. You can see I'm in a weird spot right now in my mailbox. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da. I can basically only do single spins because of how full I am at the moment. No, that'll have to get removed. Hello, Mayo. How's it going? I'm surprised they lasted 24 hours and the advertisers didn't threaten to pull. For all we know, they did. For all we know, they got in legal trouble and basically got or were threatened with legal trouble or were threatened with a bunch of advertisers pulling out if they didn't reverse course. Because chat, that's the fastest I've ever seen Twitch react to anything. Like, ever. So I'm sorry, like I believe that that is what happened. That behind the scenes, they did get in trouble because they just don't normally get off their ass that fast otherwise. They certainly had fear in their eyes. Yeah, Discord's down at the moment. Uh, do I have another? Yeah, I have a 5 right here. Oh, wow, that perfectly fits. Five bands? Oh, no, 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 chat. There were, chat, chat, there were like, last I checked, 38 bans when I counted on stream, and there are like probably over 50 now as of today. 50? Yeah. They rolled back the bans that happened. I haven't heard that. I did see one person got theirs rolled back. I don't know about everybody, though. Is it a permaban? No. When we say banned, it means a temp ban. If someone got permabanned, you'll hear us refer to it as a perma. That's like, it's different language that most people use because people get banned on Twitch all the time. It's usually like a 3-day ban, right? Like it's a temp ban. Okay, we got that. Now that's done. Now I can run this node one more time or 2 more times. I have no idea. Because I know how much everybody wants to see me run this node. And you can see, chat, I did actually get to put some decent progress in. I probably got over 350,000 bond then from this because I managed to bond made alter that much. How many boxes you got, Cad? Oh, I'm over 500. Last I checked, it was at 505, but I think we just rolled out like 2 to 3 more, so. I've been busy lately, so I guess it's considered, yeah. Two-day bans are still no joke, though. Potentially a 10% sub purge. Yeah, I mean, it's not good in the grand scheme of things. The issue at play, though, is that usually you get, like, pity for it. Like, your community will be like, oh, he got banned. Like, I feel bad for him. Like, and I'm not going to say that they shouldn't feel that way, just that, like, a lot of the time streamers will do shit on purpose. They're incentivized to push boundaries because a ban will benefit them. And I think that's the issue that they run into. Don't tell them my strats. I knew it. How many do I have? I have 3. Okay, so we have an odd number. Wait, what's the... Oh, it's a teaspoon. I was gonna say, what's the spare key I had there? Now, chat, I am not capped out on my QP. Like, I have managed to spin down just enough so that I still have 150 million, basically-ish, of free space. Here's the problem with that. I can't even convert just my golds. So that's me converting all the other stuff. I literally have, what is that? 3,000? Okay, so it's 2 per. And it's 34,291 times, was it 10,000? So that is currently worth 342 million, almost 343. Level skills? I mean, I might be able to find something, but that'll be something that we'll do at the end of today. Let me go to JP real quick. We got to do that, and then we'll be doing the CQ after that. Time to check skills of pins. Wait, did chat not see me doing that the past 2 days? Ready for 31 CQs during a lotto? Oh, chat, why are you already focused on Tesla Fest? You still have 2 more farm events before that. Chat, don't you love farming? Surely you're not out of apples yet, right? 2 more? Yeah, you have Tunguska and you have the case files rerun, which is the Barbados raid. You was wondering why Discord acted funky? Why was it? More raids? Yeah, more raids. Don't you guys love Barbados? Is that 300 on the bottom left corner, the box count? The 300 in the bottom left corner. No, it shouldn't be the box count. Oh, no, sorry, that's my sub count. And actually, it's probably not accurate. I need to, I don't think I have stream labels open at the moment. It's, my sub count's probably more around 200. Do you get lures or tickets from the Tesla Fest CQs? Lures or tickets from the CQs? Yes. And you should always assume that you will. Okay, there we go. I can actually turn sound on since we're on JP. There's what, 2 or 3 lures? Ah, you think it's only 2 or 3? Streamer put false info on the stream? Did I? Listen here, chat. Let's get it updated. I haven't opened Streamlabs in a while, that's why. I think it's been sitting. There you go, 257. Told you it was more around 200. Is anyone else having trouble viewing Discord? Yes, it's out. Discord down at the moment. Well, I say that, I'm still getting DMs. Sorry, I had to bust someone's balls real quick. Okay, we got that. Let's do that, and then that. And then that. And then that. I don't care, let's just do that. There we go. We did it. What is the explosion server? Yeah, basically Discord has a bunch of servers that are out right now. Some work, some don't. It just be what it be. Actually, explosion just came back up. So I will ping everyone. At least it came back up for me. I'm having very good stream title themes or stream ping themes for this week. But yes, now chat, it should be returned. Got the notification that you're on, CAD? Yep. Well, that's because I just got back in to ping people. But chat, whenever, like, if you ever assume that it's a day that I'm supposed to be live and I'm not, go check Twitch. That's your easy out. I may have just forgotten to ping for all you know. But that's, like, I couldn't ping everyone because I couldn't get in. Like, that was the issue. But I have no idea what the heck was happening. I have no idea why Discord was having the outages. You guys would probably have access to that before I would. Better late than never? Exactly. Well, I'll say this. This is a good reason to also have, like, Twitch notifications turned on. That way, like, this sort of thing doesn't happen to you. Like, quote unquote, you know, ring the bell and like, comment, and subscribe, all the usual creator bullshit lines. But there is at least the reason to do that, so that you guys don't miss out on stuff. Discord wanted to play a prank today. And like I said, it doesn't impact me too much other than I don't get to ping Discord. But you guys have multiple avenues that you can figure out whether or not I'm live. You have Twitter, you have obviously Twitch itself, and then YouTube. All are available, so. Smash that bell, ring the like button, and don't forget to leave a subscribe below the video. Yeah, exactly. You got the idea. I just have your page open all the time. Yep, that works too. Okay, so we finally did JP. Right now, chat, I'm making blue apples on JP. I'm literally just doing my my ordeal call stormpod nodes, and the rest of the time I'm making apples because I am done with the JP event, and there is still 3 days. There is still 3 days on this sucker. So, like, there is nothing I have to do over here. It is just an easy chill thing. And you can see we actually got to 3.2 mil, so kind of nutty. What's wrong with gently caressing the button? That's a good point. Maybe you should, like, you know, cup the balls of the button. You know, like, give it a little, like, tickle. Cup the bell, yeah. Give it a good old stroke. Ding the dong. How'd you finish ladder? I only just reached 2 mil doing the 90++. I did the raids quite a bit. Are we sure this stream is properly tagged? I normally... So chat, they implemented the content stuff, the content labels a while back. That's not new. I have never been pressured to do it for anything that I have done on stream. Yes, I have fairly lewd art, but it is not actual nudity, so normally most of the time I'm pretty good. Speaking of that, speaking of the Twitch reversal, chat. Today, I had a very special art piece get done. Okay. Obviously, this piece looks nice. If you guys want to see it in its full glory, you can go on Discord now that it's back up, or you can go on Twitter. Okay. This piece was done by Teddy Pocky. If you guys know who Teddy Pocky is, you know. If you don't know who Teddy Pocky is a very accomplished artist that has done official pieces for Azure Lane, Nikkei, and I think Blue Archive. I haven't double checked the Blue Archive one, but needless to say, he's done a lot of work, and I I saw he was open for commission, and I managed to snag one of those spots. So she got the Doman toes. I mean, it's a ninja outfit, chat. So the commission was basically for like a kunoichi type deal, and you can see he actually like low-key kind of worked her symbol in with like the hair thing that he did there. There's actually quite a bit of attention to detail here. He got a really like beautiful background, which is probably not painted by him in the slightest, but I'm okay with it. I don't care, right? Like he at least managed to like do the rest of the background and like kind of add some extra accoutrements. He also did like the whole like basically like hair like stuff kind of coming off here. I don't even know what you call it, like ribbons or whatever. And then a very interesting sort of like almost like Warring States period style. So I actually like this because it kind of goes hand in hand with the samurai piece that I have of her. She a reindeer girl? Yeah, this is reindeer. It's for Christmas. How did you know? A piece of full ass moon. Yes, that is what I titled the piece earlier on Discord. I figured that would be an appropriate name for it, but I don't know. I really like it. I really like that how the piece came out. I am thoroughly pleased with it. Teddy did a fantastic job, so I could not have asked for more. So, really working on her other classes in Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, she pulled out her ninja flute now. 38 minutes, that's still within the margin. That's true. I mean, I've actually had a stream that, started that late, so it's absolutely a thing. But yeah, like I said, if you guys wanna see this, I'll actually put a link to the Twitter, to the tweet that I have it. There I have a link to Teddy's stuff, so you guys can go check Teddy out if you want. Let me pull it open on this computer as well, so that I can hit you guys on the YouTube side of things. Oh boy, there's now Twitter Premium Plus. I can't wait to see what new grift that is. There you guys go. I wonder if that background is an IRL location. I wonder that too. Oh, you'll just have to wait and see. But definitely, Teddy did absolutely fantastic job. Obviously does great anatomy, right? But I think the shading, the lighting, everything is perfect. So, just fantastic. Twitter Premium Deluxe soon. Now we just need Dragoon Aurelia. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's actually a good idea. Who are you and what are you doing coming up with good ideas, chat? I ask you guys for good ideas, but whenever I ask, you never give them. It's only when I don't ask that you give good ideas. Chat always has great ideas? Nah, I don't know about that. Inspiration comes in a flash, can't be called upon. Oh no, it can definitely be called upon. Sometimes it just needs a different mind. Chat's chaotic neutral after all. I don't know about the neutral part, but certainly chaotic. Okay. I'm not sure that I would qualify chat as chaotic neutral. Cat and QP hell always, chat. So let's do the CQ. I don't know why it ended up upside down there. That was really weird. There are two CQs. Wait, is there a difference? Is one harder than the other, or are they're both the same? Twitch is doing some great stuff right now. If you donate bits, Twitch will donate a percentage. If you go over a certain match, they match you. Yeah, that'd be really nice. Look, I'm not gonna like call Twitch out for like the good stuff that they do, but like Twitch does some dumb stuff too. For instance, we just found out that apparently the whole like Prime Gaming capsules for League, like somehow the deal between Riot and like Amazon Gaming fell through, and they're no longer doing that after they've been doing it for like how many years, chat? Like over 5 years at least that I know of. So do it, Cad. You totally called them reversing with 24 hours. I know. I missed the watch ads for bits. Yeah, that would be maybe nice if they allowed that, but they won't. First is Benny, 3 waves, and second is Oni, Habicat, and Scotty. Okay, let me see. Start a Battle Masters party is buffed with a debuff on attack roast training. Oh, I feel like I remember this one. Is Brute Force the second? Well, chat, did you guys see I have a new 120 on it, eh? I tried other comps, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to look at the Benny Enma one right now. Some cute blonde or something, right? Yeah. We all saw it. Listen, chat. Sometimes my tweets don't get very many likes. Like y'all should go like that art tweet because it also helps promote Teddy. Not just for me. But that's why, like, I assume chat has not seen. Or like maybe they were busy at work and couldn't access social media that day. Hello, Andrew. How's it going? Artillery Archer can do the first easy. Yeah, but Benny Enma's not available, like, on the outset, right? Like, I assume it's a... you got to get through the first 2 waves type deal. Or is she also there with everybody else? Victoria loops the first. Well, how long are you supposed to take on this? Because there's a whole roast stack thing. Oh, I apply the roast. Division damage you can foreturn it. I think the only question that I would have is how do you kill the first 2 waves without like buffing? Because you'd want the buffs to be on Squirtoria. Good crit C for Van Gogh. Look into like something like Cute Orange Jet. which I don't think you'll be able to get access to anymore, but like something like that would be perfect for Van Gogh. How do you unlock those 2 red missions? Yeah, it's just a case of like you have to do the story. First 2 waves go to debuff Benny, not yourself. Yeah, I'm just. Summer Musashi. That's what I was thinking of doing, but like, because I'm pretty sure that's what I did on JP when I did this. I think the only question I have is this, am I going to get MP sealed or something? Okay, so yeah, it'll NP seal you if you don't kill the second wave fast enough. Okay, so it certainly needs to be a Castoria from my friends list. So I may have to turn the, you know what? Actually, I will, because it's not a bad C to have on her, and I'm not going to find anyone with the, Prisma or something like that. There we go. I will try to find an NP2 or higher, so Digi you'll do. Okay, so continuing is not possible. I shouldn't have to farm anything else, so I can definitely use this this comp. Okay, give me that. That would require me to have burn. I'm not gonna have burn, so where's Sweet Crystal? Gilderay Loop, let's go, chat. The latest in technology. Mushu. Just enough, like a glove, chat. Cat needs to kick the jukebox. Wait for which one? For Van Gogh, would you recommend Blooming in the Crimson Sky for CQ2? I have no idea what that is. Let me see. I assume that's a C. That I know a lot, but I don't know. I don't know everything off the top of my head. Okay, Blossoming Under the Crimson Sky. Sure Hit. Critical damage and starting battle at 50% gauge. It doesn't seem bad. I just like, I haven't looked at the second one yet, so I don't know how much you need that sure hit, right? That may be really good, but. Oh, song request is down. I got you. Oh no, it's not down. It's just like, oh, you guys are saying none of what you request is coming through. I got you. Oh, perfect. You guys fell right into this. Sure hit is good for Scotty MP. Okay, yeah. Like I said, I know chat was telling me about them, but I've now completely lost track of what you guys were saying was in the second one because I was focused on the first. So the focus here, in my eyes, is going to be at least attempting to like, oh shit, I should not have done that, but I could have saved the 20% charge, but I guess we'll just have to make do. Do I think she'll kill without her first skill? I got a Black Grail on. I think we'll go ahead and do that, because also I may get skill sealed or something. Said I couldn't use Summer Kama for mine. Double Castoria and Tamama for this to survive the first few rounds on wave 1. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. I'm just going to try to blitz it. I don't care if Benny Enma ends up super tanky and I have to take longer to kill her. The goal is simply to kill the first 2 waves and get to Benny Enma at this point. Oh, the drain's kind of nasty. And I'm skill sealed. Okay, so I may need to do something about that. Don't tell Trubs he be sad, probably. Okay, Benny Enma is an issue in and of herself, but Asakabi Hime being able to strip me is something I cannot allow to happen. Cannot allow to happen, chat. Fatty there did do that twice. Yeah, I'm not gonna allow that shit. That is a big effing no. I'm gonna cheat here and get some extra charge for the Castorias. If I don't kill the shark, I don't care. Twitch allows stripping now? Yeah, that's true. That's true. We allow stripping and pole dancing. We don't allow nudity. Explain that one, chat. We can't have sexual content. Meanwhile, we allow actual sexual content. I don't know about you guys, but I like a good strip tease. Okay, so now we're against Benny Enma. Benny Enma's gonna have special resist. She's gonna be pissy at me because of all this crap. It's gonna decrease damage taken by a significant amount. I'm gonna go ahead and pop that. I'm not gonna care. I have a full-blown chain here. Oh, why is this so low? Okay, so chat. Unless you're a smart player, you wouldn't notice this. Allow me to show something to you guys real quick here. So, fun fact. How many of you guys knew this? And I'm sure our big brains in chat will say we knew it. That when you switch the party, the cards remain the same. So let's say that I plug suit like a Castoria out for another Castoria. I will end up with the exact same cards. However, did you know that, let's say I were to switch Musashi. This is a Musashi Buster card. That what actually stays the same when you switch is what amounts to the slot. So the reason this is important is because Musashi has a Buster card appearing. That Buster card could be this Buster card or this Buster card. If it's the far right Buster card, I know Squirtoria's deck. Squirtoria is double quick, double arts, which means that Squirtoria's arts cards appear in this slot and this slot. So if it's this Buster card, switching for Squirtoria will have no difference. If it's this Buster card, though, it will change the Buster card from Musashi to an arts card for Squirtoria, allowing me to form a triple arts chain with Squirtoria. And she starts out at 70% charge, so that would get her pretty much to her NP right there. I have a 50-50 shot. Like I said, if you're not smart, if you don't know that mechanic, you would have no way of knowing that's possible. But you learn to look for certain things like that, especially with arts comps. So it's a really, like, yeah, it is a very five-head moment. And watch as I do this, and nothing happens. Watch as it's still a Buster card. And you'll just know that it was the far right one if it does. And it's still a Buster card, which means it was the far right one. But again, it's worth it, right? Like, if you see something like that, I was gonna leave Musashi out, but I was like, well, if I can secure the arts card right here, right now, based off this, might actually be worth. But instead, we're just gonna go with the full Castoria chain here. And the logic was too, if I could swap, I get Squirtoria in for this in P. So it's still not bad either way. That makes sense, but wouldn't the deck reshuffle next turn? It doesn't matter. None of that is why I would be doing it. I was doing it specifically for that turn. Ugh, my nose. But no, actually, it wouldn't reshuffle. This is turn 5, so everything operates on a 3-turn cadence, and plug suiting, aka party swapping, as long as it doesn't occur from death, does not break the mechanic of the 3-turn cadence. So if someone died on turn 4, the next turn is the start of a new sequence. But otherwise, turn 4 was the first turn of its own sequence. Strategic command codes would make that a lot easier to control. Yeah, it just is you have to know specifically how that particular aspect works. And it can be difficult, just depending. Okay, Benny and Enma must have hit the far right ones, so that's fine. We'll go ahead and risk it right here. Basically just allowing this. Hey, thank you for the 15. 2-minute ads window is a deal breaker. I'm sorry. But thank you for the sub. Enjoy your Christmas emotes at least. You can use command codes. Yes. Okay, sorry. If that's what chat was saying. I could have if I had command codes on her. I did not. So it was one of those deals where it was like I had no way of knowing. And it was a 50-50. But yes, if you... Like, let's say it was like Mario Lartoria, which is decked out in command codes, I would know exactly which Buster card it is, potentially. Assuming I, like, went in there and checked and saw, like, oh, okay. Like, this one is this one, this one's this one, which means it's going to be sub for that one and that one. It still requires a lot of metagaming. You have to know what the character coming into the party, what their deck is. So... a lot of people can tell you that off the get-go. Like, a Buster card will always be on the right slot, and a Quick card will always be on the left slot. But what the 3 middle cards are is anyone's guess. One of them, the middlemost one, will be an Arts card. Well, actually, I say that. No, there's still times where you could have triple buster and the arts card will be there. So just one of the three will be an arts card. Which one it is entirely dependent. I was about to say, yeah, I corrected myself the second I said that. I was like, no, that's not true. So that's kind of the problem you'll run into a lot of the times with this stuff. We're actually still 4 turns off. That doesn't feel right. Did I get my cooldowns extended? Because that means we don't get the cooldown back until turn 10. So that must not have... Oh, it could have been the skill seal. It could have been the skill seal. Yeah, I was going to say. I was like, otherwise that makes no sense how that happened. Let's see. Benny Enma's on that grind there. We should be good, though. I should be able to just kind of like, even if I don't like drain her here, I'm gonna get back to another Squirtoria NP and have another chance of draining her. And that's usually how Squirtoria works. You don't need each specific one to drain most of the time. It's more about averaging out the amount of drains with how much you're spamming your NP. There you go. She refund back to full under her own power. She did have an arts up from, I'm gonna guess, one of the earlier waves, but thank you, Benny Enma, you fool. You should have been hitting the right Castoria, but instead you chose Squirtoria, and that works out in my favor. And now, because I only have the singular quick card, I think we're actually going to play for this one, where I'm going to take this, and let's see, it's turn 7, so it's still, this is the first turn of a new sequence, so I won't get that card back for 3 turns. The cooldown on it is otherwise 3 turns, so I'll just go ahead and use it. Otherwise, I normally wouldn't. Or one of what, 2 servants with triple quick? There's more than 2, but yeah, not a whole lot. Quick actually, like, because of the developer bias, there are far less units with triple quick than there are units with triple buster or something. And that's, you know, a lot of that just comes from like the berserker class in general. But you know, I notice this whenever I use my command keys, that there are just far more units that have basically like double buster and double arts even compared to double quick. And that just is wild to me. I always end up with leftover quick keys. Always. Every single time. Despite me still doing, like, unlocks on quick units. And it could also be that maybe somehow I'm getting more quick keys, but I somehow doubt that. Okay, so now we're in a little bit of a bind here. I have no way to stop Benny Enma, and right Castoria is a little bit chunked. She still has the solemn defense, though, so we're going to allow that to kind of play out. And we're going to let this get the Squirtoria back to another NP. I like how I'm also, like denting her. I got the first break bar down, but nothing too much here. And she's now, like, got even more card power. So that's not resistance she has. That is basically all of her attacks are now spicier. So this is going to start to really begin to, like, pound if I don't do anything. Thankfully, I have an easy solution right here, and that's to go ahead and drop the NP gains on that, and we're just going to go ahead and fire off an NP. And the good part is I'm going to get the overcharge on basically Squirtoria here. That's going to end up giving me yet another, like, ramp up in terms of her refund, because that just, Squirtoria gives, her overcharge gives charge after her NP. So it just makes it even easier for me to get back to another NP. You got a rainbow up? Yep. She got that glow up. A tournament? I have no idea what that is. Really logical since the cards need a structured way of being replaced. Yep. Yeah, and it's really interesting. I remember when I learned it years back, we were like testing it, and I was like, oh wow, it's actually specific to the slot even, and so you can actually predict it. And once I learned that, I was like, oh, that's actually somewhat abusable. Like, not really. You have to be in the right set of circumstances, but like, if you know to watch for it, it's actually a really, like, again, like 5-head type of move. Like, you you know that you're gonna be able to like abuse it and take advantage of it. Yeah, go ahead and use the more damaged. And of course I'm sealed. Should only be sealed for the one turn, right? As long as she doesn't spam it. Oh, right, Castoria's got defense down and no protection, though. That's rough. That's actually rough. Still, I did the right thing. I basically got rid of the one, and that'll actually bring a Musashi Berserker back in, who I could use to pop for defense down. At least I think. Or no, did I already? I think I already did it. I have no healing command code on right Castoria either, so just is oof, chat. We'll generate stars and play for turn for the next turn. I could have potentially played for a 200% on left Castoria, but she did it. I was hoping she would go after Squirtle instead, but she didn't. Okay. Yeah, I did already use her right skill. Ooh, so this is spicy. This is always the problem with using Squirtle. It's entirely possible that I use Castoria's NP here and also drain, and then kind of screw myself in the process. There's two ways you can go about it. Way number one would be to not use Squirtoria's NP. But realistically, with where I'm at in the fight, we're just gonna kill her. We're just gonna load it up and go for blood, basically, because there's no point. Like, if I try to delay and try to play this to my advantage, somehow I'll get screwed. So it's better to just go for the kill here. But if I had to choose, there is the option of simply not NPing with Squirtoria. The problem that I had is I believe that was the last turn that I had the arts buffs from both Squirtorias, or sorry, from both Castorias. So it would have been to my benefit to at least test and see if it drained. Gong works like a charm. Nice. Hey, there we go. Bond 9. This Archer Artoria servant sure is weak. I hope JP buffs her. Yeah, I mean, like, man, she really shreds considering she's NP5 and gold phobe. And probably will be my next 120 target. Dashi contributing. I mean, hey, she took out the first two waves for me. That's all she needed to do. She did her job. Okay, next CQ. What fresh new hell awaits? You guys said Invincible comp works here. Artist, you got me, thank you. It does more or less. Well, hold on. What's more or less mean? The Oni does defensive buff strip on NP. The Oni will F you up. No, I'm just reading chat. Yeah, I'm having a hard time, like, multitasking right now because this week's been so shit for me. I've been spending all week grinding. I've had my phone in hand the whole time, and I had to deal with a deadline. So that combined with also doing raids last week on JP just means, like, mentally I need a rest. Which I'm glad we'll have a dead week, pretty much. Or at least 3 days, basically, until JP's event ends. Speaking of chat, I should be here for the stream on the 21st. I should be here for the start of Tunguska. I won't be here for the final Tunguska raid, probably, because that's the day after Christmas. So if I'm lucky, I'll be home by then, but I'm not gonna, like, absolutely declare that I will be. So if you have the naughty child debuff, oh no, sorry, if you break Scotty's bar, you get 50% gauge. But if you have the naughty child debuff, you can get drained of 50% gauge. Seems normal. Don't be a naughty child, Cad. Simple. I don't see that any of them have a full charge mechanic, though. Look at the Oni NP. I don't see the Oni NP because fandom do fandom things. Does it strip the defensive buffs after or before damage, though, chat? After damage? Oh, that's not bad, then. Who the fuck cares if it strips it after damage? Yeah, I see what chat's saying then. The invincible comp should work, but like... But he ults last every time. Yeah, you would have to have enough stacks. But, I mean, Scotty ulting is a defensive measure, so you don't have to worry about that. So it would only be Habetrot. You would just need at least 2 stacks. Unless, like, you know, there's some weird bullshit where, like, everybody focuses 1 unit. But there doesn't seem to be a ton. The only thing I'm thinking about here, chat, is I'm just debating whether or not I just want to, like, actually brute force it with a Musashi Berserker and a Super Black Grail. Like, that's the only thing going through my mind right now. He's AoE. Yeah, I'm talking about, like, if someone gets focused and they just basically get all their stacks burned. So that when he hits everybody, it hits you. You could force it. I like the sound of that. I'm not sure I'm gonna do enough damage turn 1 to actually clear, especially the Oni's bar. But what could go wrong, chat? Remember to kill Habby first? I mean, we'll see. Have you been good children this year? No. Okay. Oh, they broke their bars first turn and then bombed the 3 on second. I wish I could break that bar with my Musashi, but it would probably take my Morgan actually to do it. I have to double check though. Are they man traded? Abby's Earth, so no. She is. She is a fairy though. She shows Sky. So you can at least nuke the crap out of her. You can at least nuke the crap out of Habby, but that's a how you say spicy meatball. Yeah, I knew it. It's the Berserker that's gonna give me the trouble here. With this comes a real struggle. I'm just thinking about what I should do. I probably should have popped my my Mystic Code earlier. I still have the guts for this turn, but after this turn, I'm in real trouble. Well, I have the ability to plug Oberon, but I can't do that until that's bar broken. I should have just gone invincible comp. It would have been stable and easy. I agree. I think the only issue is that early Habby charging. Oh, Black Grail's gonna kill her. Fudge. Don't kill Oberon, please. Oh, really? That friggin' resistance is evil. I thought I was gonna get that bar pop. What was his effect? Oh no, he gets 30% more damage on bar pop. That's not good. Time to play it safe. Still had the low HP unit attack and just watch Scotty heal them to full. Well, this is going to be a very interesting gamble on my part. I'll take that. I'll take that. Alright, don't kill anyone, big boy. And he barely got him, too. That's actually annoying. That's actually annoying. I knew it. I knew that one turn was going to come back to screw me, where I left him with 7k and didn't bar pop him then. He got a free turn of extra damage on me that I would be one more turn ahead on what I'm trying to do here. I'm gonna be real, we're gonna do that instead. What the fuck is that? He barely kills with 2 attacks before, turns around, 1 taps him. You wanna play, you wanna reading Steiner this shit? Play with fate? Here you go. Oni doesn't like bugs, clearly. I mean, I can attempt it this turn, but I'd rather set up the reload meme. The reload meme will definitely be stronger. All right, let's try this again. Okay, I'll take that. I will take that. You go night night. Okay. All right, chat. I have no good CE on right now. We're gonna see how much a full reload meme made alter does with, I think it's like Chaldea lunchtime on her. Uh-oh. Oh no! No! Why does he have so much resistance? I think it's because she attacked and she got the frickin' buff. I shouldn't have. That was a mismanage on my part. All is lost? I wouldn't say that. The problem is going to be trying to keep this alive long enough. Possible I can pull it out, but it will probably not go well. Spam over on MP? You really can't. That's kind of the issue. God, he's hitting so hard now. You always need to have someone hit first to undo the invuln. What, you're talking about on Oberon's NP? Yeah, you card before his NP, or you hope that you have invuln pierce. The only problem is if you have invuln pierce, then you hit them and you wake them up, so it's not good. Oh no, this is actually ideal. I want Oberon dead. If I can manage it. God damn it. God damn it. He didn't take the bait. $133 in a dream. I wish he had the black grail on him. I got Mash in the back line. I can make this a lot more tanky if Mash comes in. Problem is, this is a losing battle because I just have no health. He is slowly eroding my health. Okay. There's a chance, chat. I should have gone ahead and used his ability, but... Some nice HP you have there? Yeah. It's not a question of like, can I live, right? Like, he will kill me eventually. It's a question of like, can I stall him long enough to chip away at him to kill him? And that's a difficult question. Making Scotty the last enemy is a lot easier. Oh, for sure. For sure. Okay. Now what? First time I've used Mash in a long time on my NA. My NA doesn't normally get to this point. But the fact that I'm even close to clearing this, despite horribly mismanaging it and trying to brute force it, kind of a testament to how strong my account is. Okay. Now right Castoria is in a little bit of trouble. That Loki kind of sucks. I kind of hope he don't hit her, but do have the stun if I have to. This is technically a free turn. Technically. Kind of wish they just increased the HP to the equivalent if they really needed. Wait, what do you mean? Kind of wish resistance wasn't a thing. Oh yeah, I got you. I mean, it is what it is. Okay. If they just buffed HP to be effectively the same thing, why does it matter? That's it. Yeah, it's really it. I understand people don't like it. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I don't think you can revive on this. You can't. Why I'm still sticking with it. And it's why I think I've won, but we'll not celebrate yet because the Oni probably can screw me. I just need to play smart here. Yep, I win. So chat, I remember this fight on my JP account. On my JP account, this came down to same exact situation, only one Castoria, and I killed him after like 30 turns of soloing with a single Castoria. He could never actually finish her off. And it was fucking hilarious because I just kept looping her in P the whole time. The chat? Easy. Done exactly as intended. No, absolutely not, right? But like, it happens. Sometimes you have, like, you go in there thinking like, I think this could work. And then like, you get in there, you're like, this didn't work. And a lot of it's usually special resistance. And I think that's one of my only gripes about resistance, and where I will agree with the chatter that said like, hey, if we just increase the HP, that'd be better. Here's my gripe. Most of the time, the in-game data does not tell you how much the resistance is. So you have no idea if it's 10% or 90%. And that can really screw you sometimes. If it's been like data mined or something like that, you might see it on fandom. You might actually know the percentage, but there's plenty of times that you don't. And it definitely makes it a little bit difficult. So it's like, yeah, sometimes you'll eyeball it and you think you have it. You go in there and you go like, I was not anywhere close to having it. And then you kind of have to stumble through the fight. The sign of a good player isn't never like fucking up. It's being able to adapt after you fuck up. If you can adapt and overcome it regardless, that means you probably know what you're doing. So, and the game isn't so hard that in most cases you can't do something like I just did. But again, you can see I didn't even at the end there have to pop most of my skills. It was just trying to micromanage the stupid Oni into like hitting the right people at the right time. That's all it really was. Unlocking a pins on all 3, 2, and 1 stars took quite a while. Yes, it does. Unless I look it up, I have to get a card sense to... I have to card to get a sense of how tough the resistance is, yeah. Be water, Cad? Yes, quite literally. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Requires multiple MP levels and max skills. Yep. Alright, chat. Now I have apparently completed my 3 balanced servants, which is interesting. Wait, does that mean they were all balanced? No, there were only 2, so it must have been Benny Enma was also balanced. Because there were only 3 servants that I fought. Benny's lawful good, so maybe I already had one from something else? What the heck? I have no idea. Gotti's not balanced either. Is Habetrot? Habetrot's neutral. Not balanced. Now I'm really confused. That should not have completed there. Yeah, but chat, the one I didn't have done was that. It was 3 balanced servants that I didn't have done. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry, you are correct. I forgot. It was not just fodder enemies before Benny. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, man, if it was just Benny and the 2 in that quest, I was like, man, there was no balance in that. But yeah, thank you. I did forget. Days, thank you for the 11 months. Past 215, grind until the end. Go for it, chat. Like, I highly encourage it. Get whatever you can out of this lotto, okay? There will be another lotto if you guys are like burnt out or you don't have the time. Don't sweat it too much. But if you have the time, if you're sitting here, keep grinding. There's no reason not to, right? Like, the only reason not to would be that it's using your apples that you would otherwise be saving because you wanted something else more, okay? And I'm going to say this again. I know people are looking at the raids. I know people like and want the raids. I'm not going to tell you the raids are bad. What I am going to say is just remember all the other stuff that's in a lotto box, okay? Like, that's usually the big thing. You get a ton of stuff, including gems, for those of you guys that are new, including mana prisms, that just really end up helping you out. You get FP, you're going to be using FP for grail casting eventually, chat. That's going to come out here after Tunguska. So, again, there's a lot of value in a lotto box that I think people often kind of overlook. I'm gonna hate this raid schedule. I probably will too. I could be completed that quest the same way, so I remembered. Yeah. I'll be fine not going hard here, waiting for OD Fest. Yeah. Yeah, and you absolutely can. What was I gonna do? There's something I was gonna do, chat. There's something I was gonna do. I've like completely mentally blanked. Tunguska? No, I think I was just gonna look real quick at something, but I think it had to do with spinning QP down. But it's fine. We can talk a little bit of Tunguska here. You're gonna depantsify. I'm actually wearing pants, but they're pajama pants because I need to be warm. You know, just so I don't get claimed, because I know using that will somehow get me claimed if I leave that on in the background. God, it's like 62 degrees where you live. Right? It's freezing. Shit's wild. Anything less is cold? Yes. Okay. Pull this up. I'm gonna think of a good way to like talk about this because the structure of this event is freaking weird. Wait, was it this way? Okay, yeah, so it should be okay. Chat, the yeah, okay. Never mind. I was gonna ask a question that was gonna make me sound dumb. You're only speaking Kelvin here, right? So that's like what around around 1.15 mil. Trying to figure out dates. No, 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 no. Just shoring things up before I actually talk about it, so that I don't go like, "Oh, I assume it's this," and then end up sticking my foot in my mouth. There is one other thing. So, Avalon, if you remember, you might be able to tell me this. With regards to the raids, did we, after repelling the raids, immediately get the next part of the story? Or was it not until like midnight and then going into the next day? It's the only thing I'm unsure of. No idea what to do with gold embers other than burning them. I don't have any 120 projects. Have you considered starting a 120 project? It, it's perfectly okay if you're over full and you can't stuff in your second archive. Also, don't forget upgrade your second archive if you guys haven't already, so that you have more space to store things. But yeah, like it's definitely one of those where uh there's kind of no, not necessarily the final raid, Avalon. I'm talking more like the day-to-day raids. I mean, that may answer my question if they were all like that, but I'm not sure about the others. But yeah, like generally, you should probably have someone that you're thinking about grailing to 120. Whether or not you do is up to you, but I'd say there's no harm in starting the process. And to give you an example of that real quick here, I'll just show you my JP while I'm waiting. No, I can see when they ended Avalon. I need to know the story because I can't make a certain statement without knowing that. I need to know when the next rung of story became available because I know, like, usually with a raid, you defeat the raid, then you have a subjugation clear. So after the subjugation clear, when was the next story? When did it unlock? Did it unlock right after we killed it, or did it unlock at midnight the next day? Yeah, the epilogue should be on. Wait, is it on the 31st or was it on the 1st? The epilogue should be like New Year's Day, I think, but maybe I'm wrong. To go to the Tunguska raids, I don't know if I should have some apples. I don't know if anyone's done the efficiency of that. I don't know if Ern's lurking around because I know he's been doing some of the efficiency sheets, but I have not actually double checked. Main story is unlocked at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. Okay, so that kind of answers my question. So you have to do a subjugation raid, but then the actual next part of the story won't happen until midnight. That's fine. Which, chat, for us Easterners, imagine what time that'll be. It's in the guides on Discord. Okay. Let me take a quick look. Man, y'all the epitome of laziness. I just see that Buckingham reposted General's MLPCE guides so that people wouldn't have to scroll for it. Let me see. Yeah, here's the AP efficiency. I mean, yeah, I don't blame people. Feliz Navidad. I don't know why, but like in my mind, Tunguska was like 7 raids, and then like it's not, right? Like, and I know it's the 3rd raid that did it to me, but like in my mind, that's what it was. Okay, so let me ask you this, Ern. What do the colors mean? Discord has a fairly robust search. It's not the best, but I'll say it's better than like Reddit and shit like that. Like, God, Reddit and Twitter have the worst searches I've ever seen. General ranking. Like, what do you mean? So, like, what's the like light yellow ones then? Like, is it better than the best free quest? Is it just the best for that raid? I guess that's my only confusion in any of this. Oh wait, I was gonna show something to you. Yeah, so I was coming over to JP just to show you guys that again, like there's no harm in it. I know people are like anathema to actually like not grail someone to 120. Like they either it's all or nothing with a lot of people, right? But the thing that I'm gonna show you guys is there is really nothing wrong with it. And so you can see basically how a lot of this works on JP is I have a Castoria that's 114 that I can't raise anymore due to coins. So she's just as good as she can be with her current predicament. And then, you know, I'll end up having a character like Squirtoria that's my current project that I'm working on, or Berserker Castoria that I'm working on. These are my Ember dumps. They're literally like, I don't complete them almost on purpose so that I just slow walk them in so that I always have something to put. Better than free quest for that specific drop. Okay. Yeah, and don't take it the wrong way. The only reason I'm asking is just so that I don't stick my own foot in my mouth if I talk about it. But like in general, it's always a good idea if you're going to make a spreadsheet like this and have some sort of colors to at least like give some sort of key for it, right? And that's I've learned this after years of making spreadsheets myself for the community that it's generally a good idea. Otherwise, you'll just get 20 gajillion people asking you, "Why is that that?" So you don't view 100 plus as the same as 92 to 99? No, and you want to know what the difference is, Crossed? Coins. You had to actually spend coins. Coins at this point are rarer than grails on JP. Yeah. 92 is kind of a meme. Like, you shouldn't leave anyone sitting there at 92 if you can help it. At that point, chat, grail them to 100. And getting to 100 is not that hard for most in-game accounts. Pretty fast, easy process. Over 100, and here's the logic behind it too, chat. So the amount of embers that you need to take a SSR from level 1 to level 100 is equal to the amount of embers that you need to take an SSR from level 100 to level 101. This is why it's a-okay to not finish something right away after level 100. It's nigh impossible for anyone to hold enough embers to complete a unit in one sitting. So it's like, this, there's no real reason that you shouldn't just be able to go ahead and finish. This, there's absolutely every reason in the world that you can think of why you wouldn't be able to finish. So it's perfectly fine. And like I said, you get people all the time that are just like, oh man, I just don't have coins. So hence the term Ember Dumpster. Yep. Good Lord, 600 boxes, Cad. I did 500 boxes, but I ended up doing all of the runs for the ice node that ended up amounting to like functionally like 650 boxes. So like I had to run the ice node over 400 times. It's not a fun experience. I was really efficient with my embers, and I still needed like 5 to 8 ember runs of refreshes. Yeah. What are the things called coins? Good question. Only reason I haven't 120, no coins. Yep. Best time to release an event dedicated to the wild hunt, and accordingly, the new Lalter. Only a bad parent chooses favorites. Remember about other saber faces. Listen, I love the saber faces, but even I would sit here and tell you that like Lalter's been done dirty at this point. Like, and to a degree, you could even argue that Salter has as well. Like, they just have not really paid a lot of attention to at least the story side of those things. I don't know why. I would love to see that explored a lot more. I have no reason to throw anything into a sink when I would rather grail a variety of units I like play. No, that's fine, L. The only thing I'm going to tell you is, like, again, the logic still sort of applies. Is like, you're going to want something so that you're not throwing away things. That is to say, you have the choice of, would you rather start slowly working on a unit to 120 and throwing your embers away into them, or would you rather physically throw your embers away when you do too many boxes and cap out and can't hold them? Like, this at least puts them to use. The other way just burns them. All you're getting is the mana prisms out of that, which, you know, some people will need mana prisms. My NA does not need mana prisms. My NA be my NA be doing things, chat. Wait, how much am I at now? Oh yeah, calm, cool, 406,000. So, like I said, I'm certainly not the person that does the most boxes every lotto. That look better? Let me see. Sorry, I did get distracted there. I told you guys I'm having a hard time multitasking right now. Maybe let me refresh it. Yeah, I think it's fine. Just literally that blurb is all you really needed. You got rid of the efficiency colors. That's fine as well. Like, if you want to leave the efficiency colors and just say, like, you could also have like a blurb in there that's just like darker colors mean less efficient, lighter colors mean more efficient, or something like that. Like, really, that's all you have to do is just explain what your like colorations mean. But it's fine. Put in a legend. Yeah, it's just usually like some sort of color key or something. Discord being dead right now hurts. It shouldn't be. Discord's up. At least for me. Okay. Chat, let's go ahead and begin. Because now I can talk. I didn't want to like pull all this up on the stream and confuse people as to what I was talking about before we actually like sat down and recorded. Okay, now chat, just so you're aware, while I'm recording, I probably will not respond to anyone or anything. But again, I will try to look at it afterwards, so feel free to. And if I'm like fucking up in some way, feel free to scream at me as well. I'll stop the recording if I have to. Hopefully I don't have to. Otherwise, please be civil. I will say I've been reasonably like laughing at basically like a lot of the NA people screaming that they want like extra time like on Twitter and Reddit and stuff like that. I don't understand why that's the case. I've just seen it a bunch. And the thought kind of popped into my head that like everyone's trying to finish right now. And it's like, you guys got to understand too, with regards to the current like NA lotto, that this is how JP had it. They're not giving you more time. Like it's one of those deals where it's like, I don't know why people think that they're gonna somehow get it better than JP had it. There are times that we do. You should just never assume that you will. The second you assume is where you'll get screwed. It's only 1 week when it's longer, yeah. Oh, I guess I have one more question, Avalon. Because of the timing of the final raid, there's like 2 days at the end. Did we have story throughout that entire time? Or was it like an actual like 2-day gap? Because I don't actually remember. I remembered having to like wait, but it also may have been the case that like I skipped and didn't read. So, as JP. There's 2 chapters on the 28th, but then I assume nothing until also the epilogue later on the 31st. Okay, so we didn't have anything from like the 29th to the 31st. Right. And are you sure it was the 31st and not like the 1st? We grab you the fandom link. I assume you mean the actual epilogue, wherever the heck it is. Yeah, let me see. This will be useful to talk about, so. The only thing I'm worried is that this was somehow the 31st NA time, but the first JP time. That's the only reason why I'm worried. But thought it sounded somewhat, yeah. You want the Atlas link? I just need some confirmation. I don't need the link. I just need a confirmation that it actually is that time. Like, I'll trust you if you find it, but. MC is near. That'll be nice not to waste Mystic Code experience on Buster comps anymore. It'll be nice to have a Mystic Code to work on, yeah. Gray coins? Yes, we got case files rerun coming. Yeah, but is that displayed in my time or is that displayed in like JST? You see, I still have the question, Avalon. So for me, just so I can show you, it displays 12:31 at 4 a.m. If it shows the same for you, this is a JST time. Probably. Although it opens after it closes. Not sure how I feel about that, but regardless. For you, it's showing 6? Ooh, that's spicy then. Hot water, thank you for the follow. Says Epilogue. Okay, so it was the 31st JP time, so that should be the case then. Yeah, I needed that confirmation. Cause like this is the problem with this stuff is a lot of the times the time zone differentials get confusing and it's better to like sit down, figure it out, and then there's no confusion. Instead of being like, oh man, I thought it happened on the 1st. No, it's the 31st. And then, like, you end up, being wrong, and everyone screams at you, and everyone goes, Kat, I thought it was this day. Why didn't you say? Like, I prefer to figure it out. Okay, we can go ahead and begin. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about Tunguska. Tunguska Sanctuary is going to be our upcoming event on NA, and to call it an event is kind of a misnomer, because it's not going to be like any other event you've really done. In that regard, you will see some similarities maybe to other, I guess, pseudo-events like the Solomon Temple of Time raids and other things like that, because Tunguska is a raid event. So calling it an event is not wrong, but just don't think of it like a normal event. That is to say, you're not going to have a shop in the event. There's nothing that you, like, no mechanic that you really need to work towards. It's just going to be story and then raids. And that's really going to be it. So you don't have to worry about, like, trying to advance a damage point ladder or anything like that. There's no missions or anything. Just going to be those two things. That keeps it nice and simple so that you understand it. The problem is, there are craft essences for this event, even though there is no shop. And that's going to be something that I'll talk about as we get deeper in, but needless to say, first I'd like to focus on the actual scheduling and how this is all going to work. So with regards to this on JP when it happened, it came out on December 22nd. We already have the live stream announced for late on December 21st. I will be live on Twitch to cover that. But again, it is certainly possible that this could change some, but I don't expect it to. And the reason why I don't expect it to is because, like I've been saying for a couple months now, Tunguska's kind of locked in. It has to do with the story and everything that's going to kind of be told for New Year's, and the fact that it kind of needs to segue into that. There are like 1 or 2 dead days towards the end of Tunguska that they maybe could have crunched, but I didn't expect them to, because those were sort of the catch-up days to let everybody get caught up on story. So again, I figured it was probably going to happen the exact same day it did on JP, and it will be the case on NA. The big concern is obviously going to be, how do you handle Tunguska? It is going to be a raid event. It is going to have some lucrative resources, and we're going to kind of talk about that later in as well, especially the efficiency of the actual raids. But the thing I want you guys to consider here too is you're fresh off the back end of the lotto right now in NA, and you're probably either rolling out your boxes or already done. If you were someone that used all of your apples on the lotto, you don't have to feel too bad. The Tunguska raids are not the end-all, be-all, but they're not bad raids either, and there are some decent materials to be gained. So if you're someone that did have some apples saved, or you rolled out your boxes and got the apples from that, you'll be able to spend them here should you so choose. The reason, though, that I'm still on the schedule page here is to also warn you that coming up next year in early January here, you will still end up having the Lady Rain's Case Files rerun. This is going to have a Barbados raid in it that you may also wish to farm. I'm not going to go over that with you guys now. I'll wait until we actually do the event analysis for that one. But needless to say, if you're concerned, take a look at the materials in each of these raids and make sure you make an informed choice. Also, keep in mind that in March upcoming, you will have another lotto already. Basically, Battle of New York 2022, aka Tesla Fest. So this will be coming to NA in roughly 3 months. And so, again, you're going to kind of have this sort of like burnout phase of a lot of people grinding a lot of stuff and maybe not having a lot of apples to go around. So just keep that in mind and try to plan accordingly. We are just kind of in the gauntlet for a lot of farm events right now on NA. After Tesla Fest, things will slow down significantly. You don't have a lotto in the middle of the year this upcoming year. Instead, your next lotto after Tesla Fest won't be until basically November with the Fairy Cup. So you guys will have quite a bit of time before you actually end up with another one. But again, that's just sort of a sneak peek at what's to come. So let's talk about actual Tunguska Sanctuary now. So to begin with, to start off right here at the beginning, it's going to start, like we said, pretty much on the 22nd. We already kind of know that date since they already talked to us about it. And as a result, we know it's pretty much going to butt right up against New Year's. So be very careful with role plans here because, again, you know you have New Year's servants coming. For those of you guys that are looking forward to Koyanskaya of Darkness, she'll be obviously your New Year's servant. But I think there's also going to be the consideration of Koyanskaya of Light and her return somewhere therein after Tunguska. That's not going to be, I believe, until late January where her banner will pop back up again, but certainly you guys should be aware, for those of you guys that didn't acquire Koyanskaya on her first run or weren't around basically the server at that time. So again, just keep in mind that may influence your role plans. To participate in Tunguska, you're going to need to clear Avalon Le Fay, aka Lost Belt 6. The issue with this is obviously going to be the difficulty of certain fights in Lost Belt 6 and whether or not you can make it through. If you're already done with the lotto, you have about a week's worth of time before the start of Tunguska in order to be able to grind there. So again, this would be your best time to catch up, and you currently have a campaign to help you do so. You will also have blue prisms to help you get through LB6. Just keep in mind the blue prisms will not really work for you during Tunguska. So that's something where it's going to be a very much use it or lose it type deal, and you're going to want to make sure that you have Tunguska unlocked. Otherwise, you will miss out on all of the raids, which are the only reason to do Tunguska outside of story. For those of you guys that missed Tunguska, there will be an epilogue that we'll talk about here in a minute. But again, you're not necessarily going to get the same fulfillment as someone that experienced it live while it happened. So I don't recommend skimping on it too much because there will be a lot of story here. The issue at play, though, is also going to be that this event is going to happen during Christmas time for all of us. In fact, the timing of the raids couldn't be worse. And this is something that I warned about 2 years ago when this event came to JP. I said, this is actually the worst designed event that we have had since year one. And what I meant when I said that was not that like there's some huge problem with the event other than the structure and timing of it. The timing of the event falls on Christmas, and we've had plenty of events that have done that before, but the issue with that is these raids are not available for a 24-hour period, and I'll talk about that when we get to the raids, but needless to say, it's going to force you to have to play FGO at certain times of day if you want to take advantage of that, and that's going to make it very difficult on people dependent on their schedules for either work or family time around this holiday. So again, that's something that I don't think they should ever repeat ever again, and they caught a lot of flack when they did run it originally based off of that. So, the Tunguska event is, as we already said, going to be a raid event. There is going to be story with it, and the story will gate everything. So you can see it's basically going to unlock at multiple times each day. There's going to be sort of 2 events each time. And again, the way this one's going to work is going to be that you will get story basically at midnight when it unlocks and have the full day until the evening to do it. Then your raid should unlock at about 6 p.m. Pacific time or 9 p.m. Eastern time. Depending on your time zones, you can try to adjust from there. Again, I can't speak to the European time zones or anything like that, but that should give you an idea as to when the raids will start. You will have a brief amount of time to do all of the raids except the final one. And as a result, from there, you will then, after defeating the raid, have to do a repelling version of it, a singular one-off with a lot less health, and then basically await midnight for the next rung of the story. So daytime is basically for reading story, nighttime is for doing the raid. That's kind of the issue that you're going to run into, is people that can't play around the clock are either going to fall behind on story, or again, maybe just not have it unlocked in order to do the raid. And you will not be able to see or do the raid unless you have done the story. So be very careful with this. I advise you to either read fast or to skip story if you don't have the time during the day and read it after. You will want to read it. It is a good story, but again, I'm just going to say, don't feel bad if you have to skip it. Just make sure you circle back after the event when you get some free time. Go into your My Room and read it from there. But again, definitely make sure that you set aside the time otherwise. That's kind of going to be the issue, though, is you're kind of going to be expected to get that story done ahead of each raid. So it's going to require people to be prompt and sort of on task. Again, you can see there's going to be 4 different raids. It's kind of weird. There's a lot more than that, but I'll showcase it basically as we get in. And again, each one is going to start basically each day at what was 1800. So again, 6 p.m. Pacific time. And then basically the final raid will last a little bit longer than the others. You're going to have new servants in Taigong Wang. We'll be doing the servant analysis for him in the upcoming days. And Dobrynya Nikitic, she is going to be another AoE writer. So you've got 2 AoE writers here. Both of them are permanent units, and we'll be going over both. I actually don't recommend sleeping on Taigong Wang. He's a fairly good unit. He's certainly not a must roll, but I would say that of some of the units that have been released this year, especially the permanent ones, he's pretty decent. He's actually a really good unit to have in your arsenal due to the amount of niche damage that he can pump out, as well as the fact that he's a 50% charger and can charge the party some. So there's a lot of benefit to be had there. You're also going to end up getting a new Mystic code during the Epilogue. So that does not apply during Tunguska itself. Fandom gets a little bit overzealous here, so just understand if you're seeing this here that it's not going to be actually available until the 31st, which is when the Epilogue comes out. So you won't have it for the raids themselves. There's a new PV and commercial for that, and again, it's definitely going to be pretty nice, but we're not going to go into any of that stuff yet. So the event mechanics, as we already talked about, are going to be that you're going to have to work alongside Koyanskaya for the raids. You're going to end up basically having 4 different raid battles, as we already said. And there is going to essentially be the sort of server-wide raid. It's not going to be unique to you. There's going to be a limited number of lives, and they will go down very, very, very fast. And if you're thinking JP killed them faster, NA won't have to worry about this, please understand that the majority of the raids were probably killed by server ticks. So the issue was basically JP kind of skewing things to make them die fast. So keep in mind that you may not have full duration on an A. You might not have, like, if you're thinking, oh, JP killed this in like an hour and a half, NA will have like 5 hours. It's probably not going to be the case. Maybe we might have more time, but don't count on that being the case. Try to be prompt. Try to be there at that 6 p.m. Pacific or 9 p.m. Eastern time, and make sure that you are doing it. And again, those aren't 2 different times. It's the same time in 2 different time zones. So please understand, there's only 1 run of the raid each day. So if you miss it, you're not going to be able to farm it. And it will not be available for long enough for you to be able to farm very much from it. So also keep that in mind if you're trying to use it to sort of solve some of your resource needs. You'll be able to get some resources from it, but don't expect it to completely wipe out your entire account's need of any given resource. Again, after you defeat it, you're going to have to do a repelling raid, and equipping certain CEs will increase the damage and bond points gained during the main quest and raid quest. Now, this is an intriguing thing because I already told you there are CEs for this event, but there's no shop. So how do you get the CEs? And this is another reason why I said this is one of the worst designed events that I've ever seen. In any other event, whenever there is a damage bonus CE, it is usually given out as part of either the event shop, the event missions, or again, just nodes in the actual event. That is not the case with Tunguska. The only one you will get is a singular copy of the 3-star. All the other damage boosting and bond boosting CEs can only be gotten via the gacha. So that was kind of a scummy move on their part. A lot of people didn't like it at the time. But again, it is what it is. Do you have to have this CE in order to clear the raids, though? No. You will be able to make do with other craft essences, including things like Black Grail. In fact, as long as you have even a non-MLB Black Grail, you should have no problem clearing raids. If you don't have a Black Grail, there are other CEs that you can maybe use to supplement. Just understand, you will not be getting as much firepower, so you might need to compensate with higher sort of either bonus or NP level of a unit in order to help that out. Again, we're going to talk about that. We're not going to release an actual formal guide like we do with lottos. The event's a little bit too short, and really the only one that lasts long enough is the final raid, at it lasting over 24 hours. But the initial raids just only last for a couple hours each, and it's really not worth the guide content in order to do it, especially with the amount of working calculations we'd have to do. As for why we're not doing one for the final raid, the reason is simply because it's one of those deals where you kind of would have to calculate 3 turning. So it would not just be modeling a singular, like, 1 turn against the raid. It would be modeling 3 turns of NPs versus it, which can be wildly fluctuating depending on the parameter. So if we came out with a sheet that said, hey, you can do this, only if you had the exact same parameters as that unit would you be able to end up kind of achieving the same result. Otherwise, if you had, say, not FO'd your unit, you would get less over not just 1 turn, but 3 turns. Not only would you end up, if you maybe, say, had grailed or gold FO'd your unit, getting more, you might actually end up killing the final raid too soon and not getting all the drops. We'll talk about that as well, because that's going to be a concern as we get to that. Now, again, you heard me talk about event bonus. There are event bonus units. Obviously, Taigong Wang and Nikitich are both going to be a 100% damage bonus unit. They are the unit for this event. That being said, the other units that are on Raid Up are either story-centric units, sorry, not Raid Up, damage bonus, are either story-centric units or they are demonic beast units. And so you'll see a lot of them like Ibuki, like Melisson, that are just going to hit really hard. Even a unit like Barghest can also work for the final raid. And actually, that's going to be what you're going to want, is an AoE unit to clear the final raid to help you out. I know the comp that I used in particular when this came out on JP was basically double Castoria, Tamamo, OG Tamamo, and, well, Tamamo Caster, I guess, to make it clear. And basically an NP1 of Kiara Summer with a non-MLB Black Grail. That managed to 3-turn the raid easily. So you don't have to necessarily have a ton of firepower at high NP levels or anything like that. Having a damage bonus unit will help you here. And be very careful, because having too much damage bonus might hurt you for the final raid. So we'll talk about that as well. Again, with our summoning campaign, you know what you're getting. It's those two. They're both permanent, though, so you might be disincentivized from rolling. It's up to you. But I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the CEs. So the way to understand it as well is going to be that each of the CEs, including the 3-star that you'll be given, will give you bonus damage and bond when equipped. And it's not just bond for that unit, it's bond for the party. So you guys can see at a base value, the 3-star gives 20% damage and 10% bond. If you MLB it, though, from gotchaing or rolling out your FP, you could potentially get up to 30% extra damage or 15% extra bond. The issue at play, though, is going to end up being that a lot of people won't use this for damage output, because normal craft essences will give you a lot more than 20% or 30% damage. So again, there's any number of things like Angel Song, Heaven's Feel, CEs that are like Black Grail, but maybe not as strong as Black Grail, that will outdamage something like your 3-star. Your 4-star CEs a little bit better here. It's going to be split stats. You're probably not going to want to level it up, but it will have arts of 3% NP gain of 3% and NP overcharge, which could be useful for at least a one-shot raid of 1 stage 1 time. This one's going to increase damage by 50%, and then at MLB, a whopping 65%. So you've already got a huge spike between the two CEs in terms of their tiers of availability. And then the party bond is going to go from 20% to 25%. So people that roll the gacha will get a ton more bond out of the raids. But if that's something that's super concerning to you, just remember that there's not going to be that much capability to actually do a ton of raids because of the time-limited nature of these raids. So while it seems really good, it's a very temporary payoff. And yes, it might be nice if you're trying to fast-track someone's bond, but again, I'm going to leave that up to you. That's not something you should necessarily be gotching over just for that benefit. And then we get to the 5-star CE, and if there's any CE here that's worth it, it is Empty Garden, and you'll see why. Basically, I'm going to actually just go ahead and pull it open, but essentially, it's going to be self-damage of 80% non-MLB. So even a single copy gets you 80%. That is now as strong, at least power mod versus NP damage, as Black Grail. Black Grail is technically going to be stronger due to its 2400 attack scaling and its ability to, synergize with Oberon, but again, there is sort of that value there, and at MLB, it would go up to even a whopping 100% damage. It will also increase the party bond by 30% and 35% at MLB, so definitely a nice amount of bond that you could get. However, you are going to end up wanting to pay attention to the craft essence itself. And the reason I say that is because it is all attack scaling, and it does at MLB increase quick and buster performance by 10% each, critical damage by 10%, and starting battle at 50% gauge. So there's quite a bit of not only event firepower and bonding, but also just good capability as a craft essence after Tunguska is long gone. It's up to you to determine whether or not you want to roll for this. It's not necessarily a CE you have to have. I'm just pointing out it is a nice CE and would be worthy potentially of leveling to 100 due to the fact that it is an all-attack CE. So again, up to you to determine whether or not you wish to actually roll specifically to get these CEs or these units. The units are permanent, the CEs are not, and the CE's real benefit is going to be, in most cases, that extra effect that they have. So totally up to you in terms of that. There will also be new craft essences put into the pool, but not on raid up during this event when it comes out. Saintess of Winter is going to end up having NP damage basically of a flat amount increase, and then NP gain per turn automatically. Sorry, NP charge per turn here. And you can see it's going to be 5% at MLB and 30% damage there. Also all attack scaling, so not a bad one for sort of automating charge and damage over time if you're in a knockdown drag out fight. We also get garden caretakers here. It's split stats. It's going to be NP gain and starting charge. This one's actually going to be worthy of your attention because it's a 4-star, and it's basically going to be the 4-star equivalent of the current Lotto CE that you guys just got. It's just not going to end up having all attack scaling like the current one that you have, but it will be trading that for a cheaper party cost with how it works. So not a bad CE to have regardless. But again, these are permanent and you will potentially get them from other roles, so no need to try and get them just now. And then your 3-star is going to be Arts Card NP gain increase. So not bad. It's certainly a nice amount of NP gain, but it's specific only to the Arts card. So definitely that downside. If you were to have, say, a Buster or a Quick card from another unit, you're not going to get any benefit out of using that. Then we have the main quests. And again, I'm going to try not to spoil you here, but logically, as we already talked about, you're going to have the sort of setup here of the main quest coming out, then the raid, then the repelling raid real quick right after that, then the new story at midnight each night. And again, that's going to be midnight basically, and I say this midnight, it may be 11, just depending on daylight savings, but basically at server reset will be when the next one comes out. So again, keep that in mind for, East Coast versus West Coast people, or again, Europeans that are playing on the NA server. But the way that's going to work is just going to kind of be that cadence for the first 3 days, all the way into the 4th day with the final raid. Then you're going to get the final raid, and stuff's going to kind of have a little bit of a different pacing. But obviously, at the end, you are going to end up with at least a grail from this. So that's going to be another one for those of you guys that are maybe overfull on embers from the lotto, or maybe just trying to like free up some of your ember supply or spend down some of your QP. It's just completely up to you what to do with your grails. But needless to say, with the epilogue, we will be getting grail casting going forward. So grails are actually going to start becoming more common, especially to people that have a ton of spare servant coins lying around from either gotching too much or potentially, again, just rolling out your FP. Either one of those things can help that. If you want a guide as to grail casting, definitely go check it out. I have one that I put out 2 years ago. It's still applicable. And I also will probably be doing a new video on grail casting into the future here, kind of talking about how I've managed to handle it as a mostly free-to-play player on JP after 2 solid years of doing it and never missing a grail. So I'm going to talk about my experiences with that later on. But again, definitely go check out the grail casting guide. Now, from here, we end up with the raid quests. And again, there's going to be each raid basically having 3 different tiers that you'll have. You don't necessarily have to do the lower tiers. If your account is capable, you can skip right to the highest tier, and you'll see there's quite a bit of variance in terms of health. But honestly, even the lowest level one is not going to be super easy, so keep that in mind. You've got quite a bit of health sort of rolling around here. I guess in the era of Oberon, these values wouldn't be too hard to hit, but keep in mind, each and every one of these raids will have a gimmick. And as you can see, the first one will start on the 23rd, basically the day after the event would start, at basically that 6 p.m. West Coast time, 9 p.m. Eastern. It's only going to have 4 million lives across the entire server. So keep in mind how fast that could die. And even if it weren't going to die by player hand, the server's going to make sure it dies exceedingly fast. JP managed to subjugate it already within an hour and 48 minutes of it launching. So, yeah, needless to say, I'm pretty sure Ivan isn't going to be around very long for you to be able to farm him. But keep in mind what his gimmicks are going to be. He basically exists outside the domain with a demonic form. He has NP resistance to 1 hit, so you might want to try to double NP him. And certainly he also has skill seal immunity, so you can't stop him from being able to pop off if you don't manage to kill him as easily. He's also going to give Hominid Servants defense down, which most units in the game are, and Demonic Beast Servants defense up. You can see already that not only are Demonic Beast Servants damage bonus in the event, they're also kind of getting a little bit of an edge in the raid in order to help them. And from there, it's going to give all allies attack up for 5 turns. And again, it's definitely going to be something you guys are going to want to pay attention to, each of these mechanics. The next one's going to be a day later, also at that same time, now with double the amount of health that the first one had. Still, that second one ended up dying basically in only 2 hours and 46 minutes. So it didn't last significantly longer. Oh, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention the actual materials here. You can see there's definitely some interesting materials. They're not bad. We'll talk about the efficiency of this, though, in a little bit. And certainly QP as well. Then the second one here is going to end up being a Saber one, basically with, again, sort of the same amount of health that Ivan had at the max rank. This one's going to end up dropping the Yarn, probably going to be a more rare resource for a lot of people, especially if you didn't go too hard in Summer 6. And this one's going to end up having sort of the same demonic form, as well as, again, a 30% chance to inflict burn whenever he attacks, while also being immune to burn, while also increasing damage against divine enemies, while also being immune to mental debuffs. So you can see there's quite a bit going on here. The big one that you're going to want to watch out for is the Arts card resistance up for the first 2 hits of it, and Buster card resistance up for the first 2 hits of it. This sort of means that this second raid is going to really lend itself to using quick units, so having a good single target quick archer might be to your benefit. But again, it's just going to depend on what you have, and certainly you might be able to pre-card to get rid of the stuff if you so choose. Just keep in mind, a lot of these units are going to end up being immune to stun. They don't want you trying to stall out the raid in order to like make it so you can easily one-shot it. And sort of the go-to method is going to be speed here, trying to get the most clears you can before the raid dies. So keep in mind, trying to find a comp that will one-shot here will work a lot better for you. So in that regard, using someone like Scotty is going to be really nice because she's going to have that just, 50% charge right off the gate. You're not going to have to press a whole bunch of buttons to get that charge out of her like someone like, say, Waver might need. But again, you're also going to see that they have reduced chance to be inflicted by a burn status, water field buff whenever the water field buff is active, which is definitely interesting. Same sort of deal. They're also going to have the defense down for Hominide and damage cut up for Demonic Beast, and then increase the sort of attack of all party members by 15%, basically with that. Then we get to the third raid, and the third raid is weird, as you can already see. This is why a lot of people remember there being a lot more raids during Tunguska. Truth is, it's actually 4 raids in total, but the third raid had a ton of miniature raids. Each one of these is sort of these demonic beast retainers. Again, it's the retainer swarm is what it's referred to as. It's going to unlock the day after the second raid at the exact same time, but the raids will begin to roll out over time due to this. And you can see the first wave is going to sort of progress one into the next, into the next, into the next. But while that first wave is going on, the second wave will also be going on. And then while that second wave is also going on, once you're probably deeper into it, maybe by the second or even the third one, you're going to end up with the third wave going active as well. So it's going to be a scramble to try to get the most that you can out of each of them. And each one of them is going to end up having not only not too many lives basically for you to handle, but essentially different resources for killing them. You can see the first retainer here, and again, like what each one is like the first retainer is going to be available for the first round of wave 2, but the second round of wave 1. So they will have somewhat repeats. Just try to keep in mind which resources you want and let that determine which of these you try to kill. You can see though that basically retainer 1 will end up giving you bicorn horns and bullets, so not too bad there. And certainly it's going to end up having the same sort of mechanics. However, it will have a beast command thing that'll give all allies attack up by 20% and evasion 2 times, as well as sure hit, and sure hit on enemy servants with wild beast trait, basically. So that's kind of the downside, is if you have a wild beast enemy, you'll have sure hit against them. But that's sort of the problem that you're going to run into. And each one of these ends up being a sort of multi-raid. It's an AoE raid now, instead of it being a single enemy. So that's where this is going to just mix things up and make it much more of a scramble. Retainer number 3 here is going to end up being an archer enemy. It ends up having the LB3 reactor cores and spinal fluid. And then it's also going to end up having the ability to prevent enemies from activating their skills, and also being unable to order change. So you're not going to be able to plug suit this one for more firepower. It's definitely going to make Retainer 3 a little bit harder to actually sort of get good damage on. And that, I think, is going to be one of the things that you're going to run into. Retainer number 4 is going to end up having Black Beast Grease, as well as your LB4 arrowheads, the JoJo arrowheads as I like to call them. It's going to be, again, another AoE one, and this one is going to end up having the ability to decrease enemies' attack and NP gain for 3 turns by 50%. So you might want to bring a cleanse for this one. Again, there's definitely a lot of units out there that can cleanse just basically by a button press. Asclepius, Martha, heck, even a unit like Mama Raiko Summer has a cleanse on her 3-turn 40% targetable buster up. So you can certainly use that in a buster comp and kind of get away with even more if you wanted to try and make something work without maybe trying to like get off an NP in order to get the cleanse out. But again, definitely up to you to determine which one of these you want to farm and if you want to focus on that particular retainer. Retainer number 5 is going to be a single one against, again, a rider of 700k. That's going to make it a little rough. You don't have a robust single target assassin. And this one is going to end up having all the same normal accoutrements, but then also decrease one enemy's defense by 10% for one attack, 2 turns, and fully charges the NP of its own NP gauge. You need to be very careful that you kill him in one shot, or he is going to turn around and kill you with his NP. Now, this one is going to be a nice one that I think a lot of people will go after because it has meteor shards. Just keep in mind, it's not going to have a crazy amount of health, and Retainer 5 is going to be available in Wave 5, in Wave 4, and basically on Wave 2, and that's it. So he's only got 3 runs, 2 of which will probably happen in pretty rapid succession right here alongside each other, and maybe even this one kind of going at the same time. So it's very much going to be hard to get a whole lot of kills out of them since they'll all kind of be struggling with each other. Then we'll end up with LWB M8 here. This one is going to be another one of the Swarm, and it's going to be an AoE of all assassins type raid. So having a good AoE caster will help out here, maybe an Alter Ego or a Berserker. And then this one's going to give all allies Guts that revives with 10,000 HP one time, ignore invincibility, and basically just damage down against targets with invincibility buff as a demerit. So the problem with this one is going to be that Guts. You're either going to want someone that can remove it or basically stack another NP to go off after the first one. So that would be, hey, you killed all of these people, and then you have another NP to handle them after they Guts proc and get back up. But again, it's totally up to you how to handle this one. Just keep in mind that each gimmick is going to make it rough on you if you don't pay attention to it. Then we get to, that one is the Seeds and Lanugos, and then we get to HWB M8. This one is going to drop Lanugos and Shells. So certainly going to be one that a lot of people will probably want to farm headed towards summer this upcoming year. And this one is going to end up being a ruler node, so make sure you bring a nice single target Avenger or even a Berserker, someone that's going to deal some decent effective damage here. This one is going to have defense up of 30% permanently, and if hit by an NP attack, will remove 3 buffs from the latest ones from the attacker. So that's going to mean you're really going to want to try to one-shot him. Anyone that can pierce defense, or again, anyone that can kind of basically just kind of shred him regardless, is going to be worth it for you. So just keep in mind, you're certainly going to want to try to one-tap him. Otherwise, you're going to end up losing buffs and not have a great ability to kind of go back again for a second NP. So that's going to be kind of your Retainer Swarm. It's not going to last very long either. Basically, it was completely subjugated at 2100. So essentially, 3 hours and 15 minutes after it launched. So still, you guys can see none of these raids lasted very long at all on JP. And we actually do end up having the sort of raid status and how long each one lasted. You guys can see some of the retainers didn't last very long. So it's basically going to be pretty hard for people to actually get good solid kills in on a lot of these. It's very much going to be kill as much as you can, as fast as you can, and watch them die. That's going to be the problem that you'll have, is some of them will be up for longer, but certainly beware, certain ones will die faster. Thankfully, there is some good times on some of the good ones that give decent rewards, but yeah, it is what it is. If you're not playing during that time or you're just super busy, it can definitely be rough on you. And keep in mind, this will be Christmas night that this will all be happening on. The prior raid will have happened on Christmas Eve. So these two are probably going to be the hardest for people to actually get good farm in on, because of that sort of need to handle the holidays and spend time with family and have all of their obligations met. So this is going to be kind of rough on people. Thankfully, at least, the final raid, the arguably best raid that lasts the longest, will end up starting the day after Christmas. So this will be on the 26th. You will not have to worry about this. Christmas Day should have come and gone. People should have opened presents or spent their time with family. But certainly some people will still be around family at this time, so it still may not be the easiest for you. The good news about the 4th raid is that this raid does not basically have actual kills. It dies entirely based off of server ticks. JP, even at its peak, could not exceed this. So rest assured, NA will not exceed this. Basically, this one will die exactly probably at the same time as it did on JP. It lasted for, again, roughly, I believe, 28 hours. Let me end up seeing here if I can find it. Or was this just the swarm? I don't know. Difficult for me to be able to determine at a moment's notice that I didn't spend enough time looking at it. The bottom, the 1 day stuff. Ah, yes, there you go. Yeah, so right here. This one right here, I'm just blind. So 1 day, 3 hours and 43 minutes is how long it lasted on JP. So again, you can expect it to maybe last 1 day and 4 hours. Like, we may not have it happen at the exact minute that JP had it happen at, but just assure yourself that you're not going to outkill JP, so you can expect it to last at least as long as JP's did. Again, this one is going to be really nice for a lot of reasons. It's got not only the longest longevity, so the most time to farm it, but it's also going to have some of the best rewards. And again, there's obviously various different rankings of it, but most people are going to want to do the cherishment just for kind of the best rates, the best capability. The issue at play is, again, the amount of health, and the amount of health will also determine the amount of QP that you get. If you're someone that needs QP, you can go for it, but a lot of people obviously on the back end of a lotto probably aren't going to need QP nearly as badly as they had maybe before the lotto. So keep in mind, it may not be worth it to you. But at the final hardest difficulty, you're going to be looking at a 1.75 million HP beast. The issue with this is going to be trying to utilize people that are effective. And like I said, the damage bonus units are going to be your go-to. There may be other units that you can get to work, but I highly recommend operating within the confines of those damage bonus units just to make it easier on yourself. The reason why is they will be damage bonus not just against the beast, but against the retainers. And the retainers here are your real goal. There are 3 sets of retainers each. And the way this is going to work is each time you kill one, another one will come out until you've killed all 3. This is why you want to 3-turn this raid. Do not, I repeat, do not fall into the trap that some people on JP did and try to E-peen your way through this by one-shotting the beast and the beast alone. If you do that, you will lose out on a ton of the rewards. What do I mean by that? Take a look at the drop table. Killing the beast will only get you these rewards. Killing the side retainers will get you the rest. So if you like the prospect of getting, say, I don't know, Spirit Roots or LB6 Bells, you might want to try killing the side enemies. Otherwise, sure, you could try to one-tap just the main boss, but I don't recommend it. Definitely kill the side enemies. Also, keep in mind, killing the side enemies going to get you more bond, more experience. Don't skimp on that. You will just end up kind of regretting it if you do. This happened once before in the past with a raid, and people ended up kind of regretting not killing the side enemies. So do yourself that favor, 3-turn it, and try to actually kill everything. Don't try to one-shot it unless you're just trying to see, what you're capable of. If you certainly want to test that, go for it. But the strategy will be to try and kill each one of the retainers for the maximum possible loot and drops. And again, that's where it's going to come into play as to how much damage you do. This is the downside to this raid. If you have an exceedingly strong unit that just for whatever reason with your comp decides that it's going to one tap the raid, you might want to try descaling it somehow. You might want to try basically going in there and removing your damage bonus CE, removing your Black Grail if that's what you were using a different unit for the kill, or again, maybe taking less in the way of supports so that you don't somehow screw this up. You're not going to want to miss out on the additional retainers. So even if you don't one turn the raid, let's say you two turn the raid instead of three turning it, two turning the raid will just mean that you're deprived of yet another set of retainers. You also want to be strong enough to basically chunk the health by a third, yet still kill the side retainers. You shouldn't have many problems with that, but there are some cases if you're utilizing a unit that's maybe counterclass that you might not be able to kill like one of the final retainers just due to a low roll. Shouldn't happen too much, but it can happen, so just be on the lookout for it. And again, that's going to be kind of the go-to that you're going to want to handle with this. Now, with regards to this, you can see this raid is not going to be the easiest if you stick around and try to like go longer than the 3 turns. It's going to basically give you offensive class advantage, or sorry, the beasts themselves will have offensive class advantage against Hominidae servants and defensive class disadvantage against demonic beast servants. This means most of the roster that is not a demonic beast servant, that enemy will be effective against them and deal more damage to your roster. If you're taking a demonic beast servant, on the other hand, they will be effective basically against them. That is to say, they're going to end up having defensive class disadvantage against them. So when they try to go hit, they're going to do less against your units. That's exactly what you want. It just makes your units tankier. It makes them not die in the middle of, you sitting around for 3 turns. The other good news and upside to this is this beast absolutely charges the crap out of you. For anyone that did this raid, you will remember that there are a ton of hit counts on the enemy's hits, so you get a ton of charge from it. This usually means that looping, even for some buster units, is not a problem. A lot of the times the boss will just charge you up to full and you'll kind of just sit there and go, that was easy. So you don't necessarily have to full refund each turn, and your focus should be more on making sure you have the right amounts of damage. But again, it will be a very much sort of test it out and see type of approach. Definitely look up and see if there's some videos from the JP server that you can rely on. But again, I already gave you guys an example of the comp that I used to kill this earlier in the video. It's also going to have a 500% chance to grant self curse of 20,000 damage. So basically herself at that point, and reduce own defense by 30%. Not too bad there. It's going to make it easier on you, but just be very careful that you don't, accidentally kill them because of that defense down. It's also going to decrease all the front row party members' max HP when attacking. But again, because it's max HP, that attack itself that proc itself should not kill. It's just reducing the total. It will be the attack that may. And there are some circumstances where a unit would die basically on turn 3 where you had to be a little bit careful. So sometimes taking something to kind of help out with healing or something may not be the worst idea. Maybe throwing on healing command codes or you name it, just to make sure that you have a little bit more sustain so that your unit doesn't get chipped away at over the course of 3 turns, or the enemy gets a lucky crit to kind of finish you off. The retainers themselves will also have abilities that, again, are going to give them the demonic form. And then when this unit is defeated, it will increase the max HP by 100,000 for the beast. So keep in mind, every time you kill each of the side retainers, it's 100,000 more HP. So when we said this is a 17.48, well, there's 6 of these puppies. So just go ahead and increase that amount by 600,000. That's the thing you're going to want to watch out for. And again, I don't remember, it may not apply for the last one. That is to say, if you've already killed the boss, maybe the last 200% of extra healing wouldn't apply. But again, you should be okay. It's 50k per container, not 100. Interesting. I wonder why it says 100, but maybe it's because it's lumping the two of them together. If that's the case, that's fine. But yeah, so just keep that in mind. There will be then, I guess, 300k to watch out for in extra health. But certainly it's going to be one of those things that it's probably not going to factor in when we're dealing with millions of damage kind of flowing out over time. Also, again, Retainer 4 has the same passives as Moss in Avalon Lefay, so take that as you will. And then at the start of the battle, basically the same effects where Demonic Beasts get damage cut. That's going to help them stick around a little bit longer. And then you're going to get support from party members, basically, that's going to give special damage up against divinity enemies and special damage up against demonic enemies, of which the boss basically will be. And so when this unit is also, all party members gain the Massacre Existence Meteorite, which is that when the unit is defeated, it grants all units attack up and recovers their HP by 50,000. So again, it's just something you're going to want to try to factor in there. And then basically the battle ends when the beast is defeated, but all drops are affected by all other units that have been defeated. So again, it's kind of telling you, make sure you kill the side enemies, otherwise you will lose drops. There's a ton to get here, ton of good stuff. So let's go ahead and talk about that now. Now, Earnbrand, a member of our server, has made these guides before. They are the AP efficiency guides for various events, and he made one for the Tunguska event. So you guys can kind of see how this works. I'm not going to spend too long on it. I will link it in the video description, and it will be available on our Discord if you guys want to get it that way. But basically, it's showing you here's what's actually worth. So in the first raid, basically anything denoted with a yellow color means that it's basically better in terms of AP per drop rate than whatever the permanent best free quest is out there in the world. So essentially your gallstones will actually be the really good rate of return on the first raid. It doesn't mean there's not value here for the other materials. So if you like them, you can go after them. It just means the best bang for your buck is going to be from that yellow material. Keep in mind, there is also sort of the rule of kind of like, hey, if you're able to double dip and need multiple of these materials, that is also going to factor into your own personal efficiency. Someone like me may need the ice more than I need anything else, and then it wouldn't be that worth it for me to go that hard on this. But if I say needed gallstones and ice, that might make it doubly worth it because I'm getting to double dip. I'm getting to kill two birds with one stone. So again, it just depends for your consideration. The second raid, the big one here, will be the scarabs, but you will have a 80% rate on the yarn. So not too bad, even though it might not necessarily be better than the otherwise, best node out there. And then as you guys can see for the swarm raids, basically the black beast grease and the JoJo arrows here are going to be pretty good. Your meteor shards will actually be stellar. The problem again is going to be, do you have enough time? Do you have enough lives to actually be able to get enough farm out of this? But certainly good. And basically then all other mats after that point up here being decent compared to their free quest nodes. And then the final raid itself, everything here is better than its otherwise indicated free quest node. The only one that isn't is Serpent Jewels. And that's the one that the majority of you shouldn't need. If you're a newer player, you might. They haven't been too prolific in lottos of late, but most of us older players absolutely don't need Serpent Jewels because they were put in just about every single lotto at the beginning of the game. So again, this is definitely some really good rate of return. If you need one of these materials, this raid is theoretically worth it. If you need two, it's even more. 3, it's even more. 4, it's even more. So keep that in mind. But again, remember my note about that final raid. You want to kill those side retainers, or you can kiss half these mats goodbye. Actually, 2/3 of these mats in that regard. So again, it's going to be really worth it to farm this. But I'm sure we're going to get some questions as to how much is this going to be worth versus, say, Barbados? How much is this going to be worth versus, say, Tesla Fest, especially with regards to people's Apple usage? I can't answer that for you. You need to go look at what materials your account needs and make that decision. So again, go look at the Barbados raid and what it gives from the case files rerun in January. Go look at Tesla Fest, go look at its nodes, go look at its boxes that it's going to give us in March, and see if those materials you think are going to be worth it more for you than, say, the final raid. Also, if you're on an Apple budget, but you would still like to farm the final raid, do so, but don't farm hard on the earlier raids then. So just keep that in mind, that the real bang for your buck then is going to be this final raid, not necessarily the early ones that you won't get a lot of kills on. You want to nat AP those, you're more than welcome to do so. Now, the last thing I have to say is, again, we have the epilogue coming. So basically, that final raid will come out on the 26th. It will conclude somewhere on the 27th. You will get 2 more rungs of story on the 28th, and then everything will kind of go dead for 2 days. Thank God, because we'll probably want it at that point. But once the 31st rolls around, the day right before New Year's, you will get the Tunguska Epilogue. This will be the permanently available story. This will be the part that people that miss out on will have to do in order to unlock subsequent future stuff. This will include story, and it will tidy up and tie up all of the story from Tunguska at that point, segueing into New Year's with the Koyanskaya of Dark banner. This is also going to be where you're going to end up getting some nice things. Particularly the Mystic Code. You will not be able to utilize this Mystic Code during the Tunguska raids, but it will be your reward for free from completing the epilogue. So you don't have to do anything to get it other than complete the story, and that's all it is. It's just a couple little story chapters right there at the end. Once you do those, you will get it. Just remember, it doesn't unlock until the 31st. This is going to be the most expensive Mystic Code in the game to level. And again, for those of you guys that haven't seen it, I talk about it during my Mystic Code video where I go over all of them. You can check that out on the channel. But long story short, it's a more improved version of Plug Suit that we've had for years, aka Chaldea Combat Uniform. It necessarily won't be better right at first at level 1 for a lot of people. It will be if you're using Oberon, but if you're not using Oberon in your comp, it might not be. That being said, as you level it up, it will get better and better and better, and then it will pretty much get to the point that in all situations, it's better than the original Mystic Code, unless you needed the stun from that original Mystic Code. But, again, it just sort of depends as to what you're doing. This one will take a long time to level, but I highly recommend if you're still working on completing your other Mystic Codes that you don't try to focus this one. There's really not that big of a need to. That is to say, you will get forced to use Plug Suit type Mystic Codes a lot when you play FGO. There's no reason to try and beeline it, because it'll naturally level itself for all those times that you have to use it. So whenever you can get away with not using it, my recommendation is not to use it. Try to use something else and work on leveling up those other Mystic Codes so that they're better for you, because this one will level naturally over time. I completed it in basically a year on JP. It did not take me that long, just due to the amount of use that was forced upon me for it. So again, it's a very, very, very good Mystic Code, but that is going to be the thing. Also, with the epilogue, we will get, and actually I'm not sure if it's with the epilogue or with, again, the actual New Year's update, but I believe it's with the epilogue. You will get Grail casting. Like I said, go check out my guide on that. I talk all about the efficiency and considerations for that. The only easy TLDR I can give you is it's an easy way to like 3D print Grails at the expense of servant coins that you're not going to use. The logic there is only use your low star coins for that. Don't use anyone whose coins you cannot freely and cheaply get back from the FP gacha. If you can't roll them in the FP gacha, don't use their coins in Grail casting. Not until at least we get some sort of coin fix whenever the devs decide to actually implement it. Otherwise, you have no easy way of getting those additional coins back. Again, that is my advice to you. And And again, I hope you guys enjoyed this analysis of Tunguska. Good luck with the farm. Have a happy holidays and a Merry Christmas to each one of you. All right. I'm dead. All right, chat. What did I get wrong? What did I miss? Tunguska event feels like the Solomon raid. It's very close. Very close. There is no bond mechanic though, like there is in the Solomon raid. Like you have Cs that give bond, but it is not going to factor damage based off of bond. FG over family, yes. Is Coin of Light banner coming along with the start of the event or latter? It's coming in late January. Let me see if I can find it for you real quick. Was it one of the Arc 1 improvements campaigns? Oh, there it is. Oh, I said late January. I was completely incorrect. It's mid-January. So, it's not going to be available during Tunguska, but it will be available shortly thereafter. So, you advise using teapots for the raid. If you're going to use your teapots, use them on the final raid. I haven't looked at the actual bond amount, but I'm going to guarantee you the final raid probably has more than the earlier ones. So, time to re-record whole video. Damn it. No, fine. It's a 2-day banner. Yeah, that is the like PSA I probably need to put out is like, by the way, only 2 days. When we get teapots, you get teapots literally on the 17th, so it'll happen this weekend. New Year's Hair is Grail casting and not the epilogue, but you said you weren't sure on that, so it should be fine. Yeah, and I wasn't. Tomorrow, it is still currently the 15th for me, so 2 days from now. Sticking out my tongue for the gacha. I want to be your master. I see. Space Pepe, thank you for the follow, by the way. And Okayest Mod, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes. And chat, can we get some love for our newest sub to the channel? Asahiku, thank you for the follow. Grail Kun, thank you for the follow. And I think that was all of you guys. God, how long was I recording that? Holy piss. That's going to be a long video. I'm sorry to everyone in advance. Maybe I should put out like a TLDR version. Farm fast. No celebrate Christmas. Farm fast. Spend apple. Brrr. You know, I was recently thinking about putting some comps into a sheet for Tunguska, but I don't know. If you want to do it, go for it. I'm not going to make you. I basically know the entire AI behavior of the beast now. Well, I'm sure FGO General's always asking you to. Chad, this is how I became an expert on things. The same arc that Avalon's going through. You get asked the question so many freaking times, you have to go look up the answer for someone else. Like, you learn it by heart. You can regurgitate it off the top of your head. Head sounding like Lasingle right there. Yep. Yeah. Literally, Albert probably, right? You ever made a tier list of your favorite servants judging by looks fan arts? No. I usually don't do tier lists. And usually when I do them, they would be for something innocuous like that. What did Cad say? Exactly. Wasn't your last tier list defeat thing? Yes. I did that for like the tower event on JP, and it was mainly for the meme of it. And actually, it wasn't even a tier list. It was like, could I guess the feat? Lotto dead in 23 minutes? Yeah, chat. Feat guessing game? That was a fun game, yep. So are your favorites Arturia Lancer and Lancer Arturia Alter? Yeah, I am what chat will refer to as the saber face guy. So right now on an A, I currently have a 120 Lartoria, a 120 Buntoria, and a 120 Artoria. Next up, Squirtoria. And we're just gonna go down the list. Which CAD did pretty well and makes him a feet person? No, it doesn't, because we already proved that I was able to guess quite a few of those. They absolutely increased the difficulty because the mods put together both those lists. They absolutely increased the difficulty for the Booba tier list, and I still got more right. I still got more right on the Booba one. The Booba one was like 200% more difficult, and I still got them more right. So it absolutely disproved the feat theory. Who are you rolling a New Year's banner? Probably Dark. Cat was drawn in by Saber and Lartoria sealed the deal. Yeah, I mean, to me, the whole reason I like Lartoria is it's just the like mature version of Saber. Not that Saber herself is like immature. I'm just meaning like more womanly, I guess. I don't think theory disproving works that way. Yeah, but chat, I like legitimately find feet disgusting. You don't have to take my word for it, right? Like, but that is me, like straight up. Like, if someone was like, "Hey, you want a foot job?" I would be like, "No." I don't even care if it's from a hot girl. I would just turn it down. I don't, and I know that's gonna make chat think other things. No matter who it was from, I would turn it down. Yes, I like vast tracts of land. Latreia has some big personality. Exactly. So a guy works? No, I knew someone was going to ask that. That's why I said it doesn't matter who it is. You can't bait me, chat. I did my 15 boxes and I only have statues in the shop. Hey, as long as you're good with that. Like I said, set your goal, do whatever you want, don't do more. One more run for old time's sake, chat. One more. What's the worst that could happen? I end up capped out on my QP? If Lartoria asked, I would still tell Lartoria no. I'd be like, why do you want to do that? That's really freaking weird. I'd be like, let's do something else. I don't know. Foot fetish is one, like, I'm not gonna, like, yuck someone else's yum, but I've never understood it. That goal has left me too many embers. Listen, this is why I said. Even from Gil? Yes, even from Gil. Especially from Gil. You think 2024 might be the year they finally do something with Lalter? I'm so jaded on them, chat. Like, when you ask me, Cad, what do you think about, like, the devs and what they're going to do in the future? Is this one thing that you really want? Do you think it's going to happen? My answer is pretty much no. It's like, I've just gotten to that point where it's like, until they prove otherwise, I don't have faith in the devs to actually, like, deliver on their promises at the current point. Thus, yes. Yeah, Medusa got a 5-star, anything's possible. I mean, no. Medusa should have had a 5-star long ago. And when Nasu and Takeuchi got it brought up to them in an interview, they acted surprised that, like, people actually wanted a 5-star Medusa. I don't know how the heck they like, and I assume they're joking, but it's like, god damn. Lulter got screen time in an LB5, right? What more could we want? Literally anything that actually deals with Lulter, because that, like, that was a cameo, and it didn't even focus anything about her. So it's like, yeah, no, I don't think that even counts. Would assume it's misdirection. I mean, maybe. Oh boy, yet another Aurora steal. Oh crap. Okay, do I have something less than a 7 stack floating around in here? I see a 6 stack. I see a 5 stack. These last couple ones, I just let it, like, coast in because I knew I didn't. I knew I didn't have, like, enough. Like, I kind of mismanaged it right at the end. Normally, I'm very meticulous with this, but I got in a hurry because I wanted to do all the runs, and I'm glad I did, because I probably, if I had spent a ton of time trying to walk this in, I probably would not have actually managed to get the job done. I'm gonna leave one free one there. Bloop. There we go. And it's a good thing I did, because I correctly predicted that that was going to be crap. So I can technically hold those 2 embers. I don't like being over 10 presents. And the reason why is because on any given day, they could just drop 10 things into your mailbox and it could fuck you. And chat, I have no idea if it can be deleted from overstuffing a mailbox, but if there's anything I don't want to lose in this mailbox, it's the very last thing. It is my unexpiring stack of 955 5-star embers. So it's like, I would prefer not to lose that. That is a shit ton of experience. That is almost more experience than the entire rest of the mailbox combined. So how did you get that? That was given to us basically during a campaign where I think it was like where they started allowing experience to go into some of the nodes. And so players that had done all the nodes got just a gigantic stack for it. These won't fall off though? Yeah, I assume they won't, but I don't want to test that theory, Jay. Do you want to test it? You redeemed a third of it in auto mode? No! Yeah, main story. You got Scotty Caster. There goes my luck for the year. Hey, at least you got Scotty. She's great. Scotty's actually fantastic. Oh boy, now because I ran the... No, you know what? I'm not even going to go do that, because, 1, the time is ticking down, and 2, no. I just hit plus 12. The true lotto begins now. Let's go. Max bonus farming for the next 13 minutes. You can do it. I believe in you. Get plus 100 boxes right now. AFK a day, you lazy fuck. Not changing your supports. I love you. Normally I would chastise you, but you actually helped me out. Oh no, this is actually a terrible comp for this. I guess it will still work. It's just more effort than I normally put into clearing this. Okay. What node is that? This is the ice node, basically. It's the node that you can only do with the materials from the boxes, not your AP. Gift sub, that's a scuff? No, it's not. You think this is scuffing? Do you see that Oberon there? This is not a scuff, my friend. Why am I running it? You'll see at the end. Why are you doing that node versus more QP? Oh, chat, I'm so glad you asked. It's a total scuff? It's not a scuff at all. I'm still 3-turning power. Look, power, if you doubt me, I won't even pop the Mystic Code. It's not a scuff if Cad pretends it didn't happen. No, I mean, it's more like it's not really a scuff in the sense that, like, it still is a comp that will kill, and it doesn't actually matter what I take to the node. If it didn't 3-turn, that would be a scuff. In that regard, chat, you actually could have gotten a scuff out of me earlier when I was running the node, because that comp can 4-turn. This one couldn't. This one had to 3-turn. Now, see all of this? Look at all the gold stuff you get from this node. And you get QP. And now I want you to understand that everything highlighted in green right now is fucking useless to me. The only thing that mattered is that. Right there. Right there. So, basically, chat, I farmed so much in the lotto. To give you an idea, I have 1.859 billion, and you're like, oh, Cat, that's not a cap. You could have gotten more QP. Oh, also, chat, PSA, you have 9 minutes left on 2 times experience for Martha Santa. Level her up. But essentially, I have very little to reach the cap. Okay? Guess I'll just go ahead and convert that. Give me that 500,000 QP. I'll go ahead and convert those up. I'll go ahead and convert those up. And now's the part, chat, where you can see just how much... Oh, we were this close to greatness. We were this close to greatness. So close. But anyways, I have 68,000 of that, okay? So if I wanted to convert that into QP, you can see it's 34,000 conversions, chat. Times 10,000, this is basically like 300 million QP. I only have like space for about 1.2, like basically 120 million. So like I can drop this down, see if I can exchange that. That allowed me to. Now I'm closer to cap. Change a little bit more. It won't let me because I'm at cap. If I do that, we'll do less. That let me, so now, oh damn, now that was right on the money. Think I could do one more? Yep, can't do anymore. So, yeah, in summary, I have basically 40,000 now, so that's like 20,000. So I basically have 200 million of QP that I just can't even use at all. Now, the question comes like, can I spend some more? I don't know. I don't know. Like, we can try to find some more. Actually, hold on. So, take a look at this. Yeah, I don't even plan to 10-10-10 Koyami, so like I only need 2 lures here because I need one for the append and one for her first skill. Taigong Huang is only a lore on his so he's another 2, so that's 4. Ikitich has a lore? Oh, she also has a charge skill. So that's 5. I didn't do her append. So I don't think there's anyone else I'm going to be rolling short term there. And I already did Gray's skills. Yeah, what's our after Korean Sky of Dark, what's our next new unit? Oh, Hephaestion. Yeah, that's right. You don't have to lore anything for Hephaestion. Yeah, then I think it's Bazette after that. Bazette is probably a shit ton of lures for my account. Yeah, it's another 3. That's 8. 8 total lures. How many do I have at the moment? Oh boy, chat, the rare prism shop reset. Why you wanna give me the run around? Did I bond unlock Umucaster? I did. So I currently have 9 lures and I need 8. So Chad, I can use 1 lure. I mean, like, within reason, I can like we'll get another one for January. I'm sure there's some at like New Year's and crap. I could probably spend 2 at least. At least. Got an esports servant skill up. Oh no, chat. If I really had to, I could spend the QP. I don't want to waste QP. I would like to at least further my goals, if that makes any sense. With the faux pas? No, I've already used them all. Like, chat, most of the things you can think of to spend QP down, I've already done. That's the problem with my account. Um, dude, I wish I could, like, select my saber faces in particular. Because usually if I'm going to spend a superfluous lore, it goes on one of them. The scaling on yours, Lily. Cat, have you inefficiently leveled any Cs? I mean, I'm not gonna do crazy leveling because that's pointless. But yeah, I level Cs normally as inefficiently as I can, but still as fast as I can. Okay, and when I say that, I mean I'm still making C bombs. I'm just making them in the most inefficient and fast way. But I'm not going to do the actual shit way because that's so expensive that actually would cause a QP problem on my account. Actually, hold on. That is Lalter. Nice DS. Cutting it close. Bro, I hate it. She's like always paired with Mordred. I need a better. Over. Finito. Congratulations, chat. You survived another lotto. And you know what that means. Time for another lotto. Let me take a look at this. I don't know for you guys. Oh, Salter, oh, Salter, oh, Salter. Still no reason to lure the second one yet. But I will go ahead and lure the first one. Even the game doesn't want me to. Would you ever consider showing us servants we should prioritize for farming? There are so many that are good at farming that me showing you servants like that just usually amounts to bias and meta. Like, you can usually make do with units you have on your account. I can obviously, like, talk about certain units that I think are really good, but you may or may not have those units. So. Got a C drop in the last second? Oh, yeah. Always. Always, chat. The game wasn't going to give you a C drop before that point. There we go. Got that done. You know what? I will go ahead and just lower the charge. And that's the 2 extra lures that I have now spent, chat. Bum, 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 bum. Let me update that. I wish we get another Salter so she can escape NP1 hell. Yeah, it's kind of rough, especially on the coins. Because getting that mana loading unlocked for her is really good to use in her current stuff. Looking to see if there's like any glaring issue. Chat, Nova got an NP interlude, right? No, was it an upgrade? It was an upgrade to the first skill. Yeah, Buster up and NP damage up. Okay, so we'll upgrade that. To be honest, I'm probably safe to upgrade all of these. I'll take that to 9. Chad, this is me taking people beyond their, like... beyond their, currently set amounts. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. I have that many hearts. I haven't had to care about hearts in years, chat. I have no heart. Yeah, but then you would waste QP. Yeah, it's not that. It's like, I'm okay upgrading skills because that's like a permanent thing rather than like, I don't know, just like leveling an esports unit that I have no business doing. The problem with like some of the skills and why I haven't done them, I either don't plan to do them or they are at this current moment in time like prohibitive to do. This is to say I have very few of the resource and I would like to retain my resource lead and not shoot myself in the foot later. That can be upgraded. Yeah, especially, well, hold on, how am I doing on stingers? Like, this lotto should have made it way better, but actually, that's a good point, chat. Okay. So here's what I do, especially after a lotto. This is a really good idea to do. Okay, so we're gonna come in here and basically just input all of my shit now, since I know it's up to date. Whoops. Clicked out. There we go. 858. 3174. 3517. 5500 on the dot. That's wow. 3465. Stingers are now from 495 to 1863. Funnel fluid to 2412. Steaks from 830 to 2168. Gunpowder is down to 737. Bells 314. There we go. We don't have any of those mats yet. Seeds 2048. Lanterns 2269. Octuplets 3456. Serpent jewels 3845. And chat, look how many I have remaining. Phoenix feathers 1512. Gears 1494. Pages 3575. Babies 1985. Wait, why does that felt like that changed a ton, but whatever. 3238 on Meteor Horseshoes. Night Metals 1385. Shells 160. Ugh. Megatamas 1168. Eternal Ice. And I actually updated that last night, so there's not a lot of variance here, because I needed a quick estimate on my ice. Giant Rings 1018. Aurora Steel from 526 to 1328. Thanks, tickets. So glad we have Aurora Steel coming in another lotto, too. Bells to 347. Arrowheads to 291. Crowns to 625. Jesus Christ, that jumped a ton. Spiritron ley lines to 269. Balls of Rainbow Thread 358. Gales of Fantasy, because they'll never show up in your Chaldea, 328. Claws of Chaos 681. Hearts of the Foreign God 821. Dragon Reverse Scales 830. Spirit Roots, I can't wait for you 169. Warhorse Horns 407. Tearstone's Blood 350. Black Beast Grease 432. Lamp of Evil Ceiling 361. Scarab of Wisdom 355. Primordial Lanugo 646. And the last couple here, Gallstones at 289. Wine at 667, and reactor cores at 454. Mirrors at 247. Eggs at 260. Meteor shards at 318. Fruits at 343. And Oni lanterns at 216. Crystallized lures at 7. I need 34 more crystallized lures for my current plans. That seems fun. Okay, so then I come over here, do the subtract own, subtract event, and basically, chat, these are the entirety of the materials that I need for the next 2 years. Current up-to-date on JP with where my NA status is. So, you can see, honestly, do you want to know the most amazing thing about this? Nice, Azrael. Congrats. The most amazing thing about this, chat, I only need two gold mats. That is the first time I've ever been that low. Gold mats are like this plague that never go away. Like, I know everybody bitches about the bronze mats. Bronze mats always eventually show up in a lotto. Always. Gold mats are the most eternal thing. The fact that I have managed to kill off that many of them is wild. And obviously, serpent roots are going bye-bye. So the fact that I put so much of a dent in the Oni lanterns is wild. And especially because, like, most of those needs, chat, are not actual skill needs. They're appends. Like, some of those appends won't get touched for a long time. Obviously, then my real problem is going to be unreleased content, which is right here. And here. But so that means, chat, there are only 6 materials I can even work on. One of them is going bye-bye in Tunguska. I don't have to worry too much about shells. It's literally a make it through the next summer and you're good. Because once we get to Ordeal Call, shells evaporate. You don't worry about them at all. So, like, it's still just going to be sitting on the LB6 node for the Scales of Fantasy and the bells, getting bells out of the Tunguska raid, and then a little bit of mop up. That's it. That's all I have to do. I'm actually running out of stuff to farm. In that regard, chat, we have like 6 months until blue apples arrive on an A. I may be done. Like, actually done with my materials in the next 6 months. That's kind of nutty. I never thought I'd reach that point. Suffering from success? It's just a case of, like, when you don't have anything to do at FGO, no reason not to create blue apples, right? Punt that down. So it's like, and it's either that or then you just go back through and you start upping what it is that you're going to do, right? It's not like leveling Nobu skills would be useful anyways. Wow. Did I open all my boxes already? Yeah, I'm completely done. I'm completely done. We opened 500 plus boxes. In fact, let me see what the final tally was, chat. Final tally is 506. Okay. 506 boxes. I used none. I think I used one, right? One of the champagne bottles here for QP. Every other one was either spent on the shop, which is a minuscule amount. I think it's like 20 to 30 in total. Or running the actual node for them. So what that means, chat, is that the ice node that was out there that required 5 of those each to run, yeah, I ran that over 400 times. Okay? So if we were to convert that back in terms of like AP efficiency, that's roughly like I ran like another 150 boxes worth. Okay, and I'm guesstimating that, but it's like, so I functionally did like 650 boxes in this lotto, in a 9-day lotto, and we were done, chat, at least with the lotto portion. We were done with the 500 lotto boxes 2 days before the end. So I could have easily done more. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting, like, experiment. I did want to go hard here. I wanted to see just how much I could do. I wanted to kind of see, like, you know, did I still have it in me to do it like the old days? And I do. That's pretty clear. Oh, hey, chat. Let me grab some more ice. There we go. Oh, also, why? Let me turn that back on. Ah, yeah, we got an advent calendar bonus. I'm gonna have to be careful because advent calendar could really screw me. I managed to only do 45. Work got the best of me. No, I feel you. It's fine. My worst lotto ever, chat, was the original Da Vinci lotto. I did 45 boxes on it. The original. Every other lotto on an A, I have done 500 boxes or its equivalent. And when I say or its equivalent, that means back in the day So chat, you know how it's 600 currency per lotto box? It used to be 800, which means you had to do more to get less. So back then, my record was 375, which if you guys actually look, that'll convert almost exactly into 500 boxes. At least in terms of the same currency. $45 is still impressive if you ask me. Yeah, like I said, I think people try to flex their box counts. It's all about like your needs. Like, I'm sure people look at me and they're like, oh, Cad, you don't farm as much as some people. I'm like, guys, my account's like fucking perfected at this point. I already talked about how I'm pretty much done for the next 2 years. So it's like, chat, that means in 2 years, anything that JP does today, I have 2 years to react to. So it's like if they come out with a new unit, it's like, oh man, I need 72 more of that mat. I might already have the mat. And if it's a brand new mat, it's like, well, I got 2 years. So it's like kind of funny. Basically, I won't have anything to do until Trom comes out after a certain point. So it's like I may have an actual month of like just pure dead, like make blue apples. You cannot farm anything. But yeah, my account is an account, chat, that has been taken care of for years. I've been like, if you want to know how many days I've logged in, I have not missed a day other than the day that the devs forced us to miss. I rarely miss any AP. Any AP that like doesn't get spent on my account is probably because it was sitting at cap for like 5 minutes before I went live on stream. Like, there's very, very rarely any AP wasted. So it's like, my account is just a, like, it is just a body of work after years and years and years and years and years and years of just consistently playing the game. And part of that's because I'm a streamer, right? Like, it happens. So. All right, chat. Let me see who all is on tonight. Aha! I see it, Mr. CZ. He prep and raid, so let me send you guys his way. And in the meantime, check out that fine piece of work. Like I said, go check it out on my Twitter. Go give Teddy some love. Whoa, yeah. Yeah, Teddy is a official gacha artist for some games. But again, hope you guys had a good one. Hope you guys made the most out of your lotto. And like I said, we'll see you guys for Tunguska. And if not, I'll be live probably this weekend at some point, and I'll see you probably, Monday at worst. So again, have a good one. Go CZ my love. Good night.